Order our regular meeting for the Board of Trustees for Princeton Independent School District for February 23rd, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. On behalf of the Princeton ISD School Board, our Superintendent Donald McIntyre, I would like to welcome all of y'all. The subjects to be discussed or considered upon which any formal action may be taken are listed on the agenda and posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Items do not have to be taken in the same order as shown in the meeting notice unless removed from the consent agenda. Items identified within the consent agenda will be enacted at one time. We'll now move to agenda item number 2, the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand and join me for the pledge. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to serve our district tonight. Grant us the wisdom and clear judgment as we make decisions that affect our students, our staff, our community. Help us always place the well-being of our students first. Support those who educate and protect them, and remember the trust our community has placed in us. Guide our conversations so that it remains respectful and united. When opinions differ, help us listen with open minds to work together towards what is right for our district. Let our actions reflect care, integrity, and responsibility for every person we serve. In your name, amen. We will move on to consent item number 4, student recognition. Tonight we will be recognizing our middle school science fair winners.
Good evening. I've asked Dr. Lauren Gross to join me. He's our middle school instructional coach for science. And what you're about to see is a lot of his work that he's been focusing on. The middle school science fair is completed in 6th grade as a second 9 weeks cumulative project. Students utilize the steps of the scientific method to create and complete project from start to finish over the course of 1.5 months. Dr. Gross, our middle school science instructional coach, worked with our 10 6th grade teachers across all 3 campuses to make sure the project itself was clear, but also aligned to state science standards and learning objectives. Students completed projects in one of 3 category areas: life science, physics, or chemistry. After working on these projects, both at home and at school, students submitted their projects for both a grade and to be considered for advancement. Campus level winners in each category were highlighted on campus and in a video you're about to watch, winning different electronics as prizes. The students are here tonight and represent campus winner, top individual project from each campus. The prize for the overall winner is a new Chromebook for the student.
My name is Memphis Duran, and my project was hot or cold, which will grow. I learned that in a warm, moist environment, it's better than in a dry or cold environment for bacteria to grow.
My name is Emma Hill. My project is Melt Melt Away, and I learned from this experiment that vanilla ice cream melts the fastest outside.
Hello, my name is Hannah, and my teacher's name is Miss Swinson, and I'm from Clark Middle School. The category I chose for my project was chemistry, and the title for it was Fluff Factor. I chose this experiment because of the fact that I like pancakes and wanted to figure out how to make the fluffiest pancake. In my experiment, I used regular pancake mix but added club soda instead of water and compared it to the batch with just water. Everything turned out pretty much the way I expected. The pancakes with the club soda were fluffier, If I did this again, I'd use a homemade recipe instead of store-bought.
Hello, my name is Mohammed Al-Zubi. My project was about tooth decay, and I learned that the more acidic the liquid is, the faster it breaks eggshells down.
My name is Amelia Milstead. My project was studying bacterial growth on keyboards. What I learned from doing this experiment is that even though it's your personal keyboard, it still has a lot of bacteria and it's really dirty.
Hi, my name is Nayla Jancap. My teacher is Miss Carr, and I go to Southern Middle School. The category of my project was physics, and it's called Infusion Innovation. The steps of my experiment is that I steeped water at 3 different temperatures. I didn't expect anything that I didn't know of, and my results were that the hot water steeped the fastest. If I were to do something differently, I will have a thermometer to check the exact temperatures of each water.
My name is Leah Alpit, and this is my project, the 5-second non-rule, the truth about dropped apples. What I learned is that bacteria don't multiply, but rather split into 2. And I also learned about Petri dish sanitation.
Hi, my name is Samaya, and this is my project. My title of my project is A Colorful Growth Sprout, and from this I learned that red light is really good for your plants and help them grow better. And the bad light is green because it's the same color of the plants.
Hello, my name is Eden Van Hook. I attend Matei Middle School and my homeroom teacher is Coach Lammers. I chose this experiment because not many people in my class chose the category physical science, and I thought it would be fun. Anything unexpected? Well, I had trouble with measurements, but my family helped me out, so most of the experiment went well. As a result, I found out that the largest and heaviest ball, the basketball, went furthest with the help of gravity and inertia. Next time I would take it outside to see if the forces there would affect and change the result.
I think we've got 3 winners.
Okay, I'm not going to yell like Miss Cindy, but I just want to congratulate everyone on their wonderful science projects. I think we all learned a little bit today about what you all did, so thank you for that. All right, so our school board is going to honor a certificate of achievement from Southern Middle School, Nala JCAP. She's not here?
My name's Carlos Cuellar, so congratulations to everybody. Those are amazing projects. That was a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of fun. We got one more one to congratulate, and that's going to be the winner of the Clark Middle School Overall Science Fair and the Princeton ISD School or Science Fair winner, Hannah Swenson. Amazing, good job. Congratulations. Congratulations to both you ladies. Anybody else, if you're here for the rest of it, it's kind of boring, but you're free to leave and enjoy your night. Thank you for coming, guys. We'll move on to item number 5, public comments. Any person wishing to address the board during this period reserved for public comments at the board meeting must sign up to be heard in accordance with district policy BED local. The board is authorized to make reasonable limitations and regulations governing public comments. As such, the board will allow 3 minutes for all speakers if there are less than 10 speakers. If the number of participants exceeds 10 speakers, then each participant will receive 2 minutes to speak. The board will discuss agenda items later in the meeting during consideration. The board is not permitted to discuss or act upon any issues that are not posted on the agenda for tonight's meeting. The board has adopted a complaint policy that are designed to secure at the lowest possible administrative level a prompt and equitable resolution of complaints and concerns. Each of these processes provided that if a resolution cannot be achieved administratively, the person may appeal to the administrative decision to the board as a properly posted agenda item. For further information, those policies, contact administration office. Speakers during this public comments period are responsible for the words they speak during the public comments and will be solely liable for the damages if later it's determined that the words spoken injures a person's reputation, exposes the persons to public hatred, contempt, ridicule, and causes financial injury. Under Texas law, PISD is immune from any claims of defamation. We do have 2 individuals for public comments. We'll start, if you may, please state your name and if you live in the city, Princeton. First one's going to be Dorinda Powell.
Thank you, Board of Trustees. I just want to thank you first for all the important things that you do and that you do for Princeton. I want to thank you for that. That's a lot of important things. In speaking with some other teachers on dress attire, it has been on my mind to mention this subject. Some that have come from other school districts were expected to dress for success in the classroom, as well as an example to the students of the working world. When I was still teaching, it never occurred to me to not dress professionally. It is a professional job. I spent many years in college to get there, and I treated it that way. We represent ourselves to our students accordingly. I never once wore anything that was uncomfortable in any way, as I had to teach in it for long hours, whether it was slacks or a dress. It doesn't take any longer to put nice clothes on than it does jeans and a t-shirt. Do we look like our students or those that just came off of campus? Or do we look like instructors? If I had a police officer come to speak to our class, just his or her presence would have been an honor to their job. And it would have been an honor to have them there. But if they came in a t-shirt and jeans rather than a uniform, it wouldn't have had the same effect to my students. The officer would have been an awesome and honorable, but the effect just wouldn't be present. I could almost bet that 95% of all of those that interviewed for a job for this district dressed professionally that day. What happened? The job is still the same. What's changed is the attitude for this professional position. The teacher isn't any less awesome at her job, but it does change the perspective. Why have we dumbed down this important career? It can't be because of comfort, because like I said, I always dressed comfortable. Something to think about. How do we represent that standard or respect to our students and to the parents that we meet? Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Now, if we can have Mrs. Charlotte Wilson.
Hi, I'm Charlotte Wilson. I'm here tonight to speak on agenda item 17 and 6B regarding curriculum updates. First of all, on agenda item 17, I just wanted to first start off with knowing that LASSO grant awards did come back. As I spoke on before, we didn't apply for 1, 2, and I don't think 3, we did, and it was just for a small one for instructional support from Region 10 for $85,000. Now, we did apply. I did watch it, and it came in late February for LASSO Lift Grant Award, and we did get it. And as promised, we are going to be getting LIFT funding. Now, this grant requires the district to implement state-approved instructional materials on defined timelines. Now, that's why I wanted to bring that to your attention. The timeline is soon. The implementation materials must be passed on eGrant by April 2nd. The next board meeting, the only one you'll have before then is March 23rd. That's one board meeting. I didn't see any special sessions, workshops, anything like that to require formal board approval, which this grant does, because it would be an entire overhaul of our curriculum and our teaching entirely. Now, I'm raising this tonight because the lessons from Bluebonnet are all online. It's free. The state's going to pay you an extra $60 a child to use it. It includes elementary students engaging directly with biblical content. For example, young students illustrating, the creation from Genesis, kindergarten students, third grade students analyzing the Sermon on the Mount, fifth grade students studying Da Vinci's Last Supper in a religious context to communion. This is teaching religious, Christian-based instruction content, not just the basics. This doesn't even cover agenda item 17, which is my next point. We would be expanding time for prayer and reading of the Bible on top of the religious content inside of the possible academic instruction itself. Bluebonnet, you can look it up. I'm really upset it's not on the agenda tonight to even be discussed prior to needing approval next meeting since it's due April 2nd. And that leads to an important question. So where are we at in that process? Because we could publicly clarify which lift phase Princeton ISD is in, but we haven't done that. So do the board members clearly understand what these materials include and what implementation would mean, what it would look like in classrooms before anything is requested? The requirements would be very rigid learning environments, very different from what I experienced in Princeton and was a positive aspect of Princeton ISD. All the teachers here spoke about it. But this would be nearly impossible to reach our advanced readers or provide differentiation, as you're required to use the slides. You can't change it. They tell you to internalize it. It is by the book and it is scripted. So these are significant policy decisions that will shape what students experience every day. Teachers will be deliberately walked through for policing or calibrations. So I just want to make sure that all trustees are fully briefed on Bluebonnet prior to that coming to your attention next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Move on to item number 6, information items. First up's going to be construction update.
Good evening, Colton Barnes here with Claycomb Architects with the construction update for February. We'll start out with the middle school. So overall site progress photo here. Speaking of site, the tennis court surfacing has begun and the flat work immediately adjacent to the building has begun to be formed. On the inside, as you can see in the top right photo, the gym flooring install has begun. Ceiling install continues, and the final interior paint is underway. And then for Carroll Elementary School, again, an overall site here, you can see some progress at the playground area, which is playground equipment install is in progress. The tree install is complete. Inside the building, you can see quite a bit of VCT install progress in the hallway. Restroom fixture install has begun, and final interior paint is underway here as well. And then the two new elementary schools, Abbott and Tally, I just have a one page for them. Fairly uninteresting right now, just some dirt movement and making progress to be able to bring utilities in. And second here is Tally. Any questions? All right, thank you. For the two, the Bonchbach and Carroll, yes, we're still on schedule. Could see some weather delays as spring and all comes up, but we are a little bit ahead anyway, so being able to accommodate for those should they arise. Yep.
What about for Tally and the other campus, Philip Anthony? Are we still doing good with that?
Yes, Abbott there's been some delay in permitting, just going through that process with the city, and as things have changed and shifted for them. Little bit different process than we've faced in the past, but Jonna is very closely working with Shai, who is new to the city and seems to be trying to push very well to get us where we need to be. Tally is permitted. We do have the county approval and everything on it. So both projects are really rolling really quickly right now with submittals and such as comes with the beginning of a project, and they're both, coming at us fast. All right. Thank you.
Now we'll hear the curriculum update.
Much shorter, sorry. Good evening, everyone. So I know at our last board meeting, you were provided with a packet with our map results that you got a chance to look at, and we're very proud of. And so this is just going to be just a larger overview of how we did as a district. You guys got breakdowns a little bit further. And then I've also provided some information for you of how are our teachers using this information. And then I'll answer any questions that you have. Okay, so moving forward to the next slide. This is just a quick look at our math scores as a district by grade level. You guys got this in your packet a few weeks ago. If you go to the next slide, we can go ahead and go over some quick key points and some takeaways. If you look at 2024 through 2025, which was our first year to implement MAP, at this point for middle of the year testing in January, we had moved as a district from the 54th to the 55th percentile. Something we've explained to you guys is that achievement is overall, it's rated on a norm on a national scale. 50th percentile is considered average, and so we were just slightly above that average range in 24-25, and we grew by 1 percentile. Our student growth achievement was right at average at the 50th percentile. If you look at our results this year at the same time for middle of the year testing, we have increased by 10 percentile points. We started the beginning of the year at the 50th percentile, and we have grown our students to the 60th percentile already this year. So that is a very, very large gain. Also, our growth is considered to be very high in the 69th percentile in math, and it reflects a very, very strong improvement compared to our first year last year. So that tells us that we're doing a great job of whatever level our students come in at, we are growing them at a much higher rate above average. Moving on to reading. So that again is just another overview. You guys were given that sheet as well a few weeks ago. and then some high points there. In 2024-25, we increased, I'm sorry, that is a typo, it wasn't the 51st to the 65th. We did increase by 5 percentile points. I'm sorry, we went from the 40, excuse me, we went from the, I did type that, thank you, 51st to the 56th, not 65th. What do you go, 6, 7, you know? You just missed it up there. So we went to the 56, sorry about that. And then our student growth reached the 58th percentile, so you had to get that in there. So we went just above average on that one as well. This year, we have a little bit larger of an increase by, 6 percentile points. We went from the 49th to the 55th, but our growth percentage was higher at the 60th percentile. So how do our teachers use this in the classroom? That's great that we have all this information, but how can our teachers use it? So the first thing that they can look at, there's several different reports that they can use. One of the biggest reports they can use is their class profile report. And this can be broken down in several different ways. This is one screen that they look at. This is kind of overall test details. So what they can do is they can look at this as a whole for their class. I didn't print you one specifically on there, but there is one we're going to look at in a second. But they're able to look at overall test details, just where did the kids fall, in what level, what quartile did they fall into. They can also look at instructional areas. That's the big breakdown. They can look at that overall. So if you're looking at math, there are 4 reporting categories in math. I can look and see as a whole in my class, maybe geometry and measurement is low, so I know that's where my class is low, but algebraic number reasoning is really high, so I know that class does well there, so I don't have to spend as much time there, but I know I need to reteach in geometry. And so you can get a really quick overlook at each of your different classes and how they do in the different areas of reading and math. You're also able as a teacher to go back and look at how much time did that student take on the test? Do I know that kid, and can I see that they were done in 10 minutes? Or did they take their time and I know that they really focused? If you go ahead and go to the next slide. So this is what the students choose whenever they choose to go and look specifically at the instructional areas. What MAP can do is it can break down your students in groups. So if I'm looking specifically, like I said, at geometry in the instructional area, or like that has operations and algebraic thinking, it will group my students by how they scored in that area. So I know if I'm wanting to pull small groups that maybe these 5 or 6 students are performing in the same type of area, and I can pull them together. Also, based off of their score on MAP, what the learning continuum does is the teachers can reference, if they go look at that score, let's say they fall between, their scores between 181 and 190, and I know I'm working specifically on that TEAC, then I can look at the next RIT score band and see, okay, what is the next step in learning that they need to have in order to advance their score? And so it helps me know what are the different activities that I need to do and work on in order for them to grow. Okay, next one. And lastly, the student profile. So this is what you can pull. And if any of you guys want to look at this individually, I just did not want to put any of our individual students up here. This is just the generic profile, but I'd be happy to show one to you. Our student profile report, you're able to look at how has their growth changed over time, beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of year assessment. So for our kids that were here last year, we now have 5 different assessments worth to see what is their projectile, how are they growing, or are they starting to sink? We hope not, but if they are, we can look at those areas. It also tells us what are their areas of strength and where are areas we need to focus. So if you see where it says instructional areas, that is for math, you see the 4 categories. So I can look at that and say, oh, okay, that kid does well with numbers and operations. They do better with measurement and data, but they're struggling with geometry. And so I know that those are some places that I need to go and focus on. What you can also look at is what is appropriate growth. So it gives you a projection for where that student should be by the end of the year. So like I can see, for instance, this student in the spring finished somewhere, and then in the fall they fell off, so they are not on their growth trajectory. Again, this is not one of our students, this is generic. but you're able to see if they are achieving the growth rate that they should be throughout the year. Next slide. Another great thing, this was also in your packet. We gave it to you for just campuses in a quadrant. So you're able to, teachers are actually able to see where their individual students fall in this quadrant. Are they a high achievement, high growth student? That's where we would love for our kids to be. Are they a low achievement student, but they're experiencing high growth, meaning I'm helping them to fill in those gaps? They're going to land in that orange quadrant. Are they a student who is a high achiever but low growth? That does happen sometimes when you have those really, really high achievers. Sometimes it's hard for them to maintain high growth, but it still helps you know, I can go look at that and figure out where is that student not growing to put them into that green quadrant. And then the red quadrant will be your low achievement, low growth. It's where you kind of want to stay out of that quadrant, but it's still good to know what students fall there so you know where you need to focus, and that can put your students in groups as well. So last one. What are our key takeaways? So math growth showed significant improvement from the prior year. Reading growth remained strong, and it still had some consistent gains. More campus and grade levels moved into that high achievement, high growth quadrant, into that green quadrant. So in 24-25, 19% of our grade levels were in that high growth, high achievement. This year, middle of the year, 94% of our grade levels were in high growth and high achievement. For reading, it was at 17% in 24-25, and currently we are at 77% in the high growth, high achievement quadrant. So our teachers, our administrators, our instructional coaches, our curriculum coordinators are working extremely hard, and we're really proud of our kids. They did a great job. Thanks.
Really good numbers, so thank you for sharing that.
Absolutely.
For my clarity, this is for all of our K through 5.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
K through 5, yes.
That is great.
Thank you. Any other questions?
We are getting there. I'm so excited.
We are.
Thank you, everybody that's working on this. Our students have to be proficient. So I know that's all of our hearts, but thank you for the hard work and making it happen.
We appreciate it. Thank you guys for your support.
Any other questions?
Yes, I do have a question. First of all, I love that we're using MAP finally. I love MAP. I used it when I was teaching. I designed my small groups, my tutoring, and MAP is absolutely what helped me grow my kids. My question is, so obviously I love the growth. For the groups that may not be showing that growth, if you've noticed, like, let's say like a trend at a certain campus or just a certain group of kids, what are we doing maybe differently for that group of kids to support them besides the typical tutoring, AMI, ARI, and small group?
So we did notice a trend, like we talked about, a lot of our grade levels are in that high achievement, high growth area, but we did have a few places. I believe let me look, we had one grade level in math in the low achievement, low growth area, and one that way for reading as well. And so what we've done specifically at those campuses and grade levels is we've worked with our instructional coaches to identify those areas. Our curriculum coordinators have stepped in as kind of a tier 2 level to help coach those ICs as well as get in with those classrooms. I know even some of those principals have worked. We've had Region 10 come in specifically at some of those grade levels and do some modeling with language arts and some different things. And so we are putting an extra layer of support on those for sure.
Thank you, Ms. Nix. I don't know if this was the time I had suggested to Mac that we should look at this for the middle schools, and I think that there's probably generally good board support on that, and we're hoping that I think it's going to come up on the next board meeting to look at this and see if we can provide the same information to our middle schools. So I think you ought to be looking for that. That's hopefully coming your way.
Okay. Yeah, there's some information that we've learned here recently that I know that to share with you guys, but yes.
Thank you. That's great news. Yeah, we were excited to see that, and it's to get that learning focused on specifics, it makes a big difference. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Albright.
Welcome.
So the bilingual program evaluation was provided to you as a needs assessment, and it's a focused review of the transitional bilingual program designed to assess our implementation strengths, our alignment with the TEA bilingual education program implementation rubrics, and overall program effectiveness. This evaluation is going to include an analysis of program vision and leadership alignment. It's going to look at language allocation and model design, staffing and certification, professional learning systems, instructional planning, curriculum alignment, and family engagement structures. We'll gather evidence through classroom observations, leadership and teacher feedback sessions, and review of program documentation and professional learning systems. The outcome will be an executive summary with rubric-aligned ratings and prioritized short and long-term recommendations to strengthen program coherence and our student outcomes. We'll partner with Region 10. In my previous district, we conducted a similar needs assessment and found the process to be extremely valuable as a campus principal in identifying strengths, clarifying areas for growth, and guiding strategic program improvements.
So I emailed out to you today that proposal that we received back from Region 10 to bring them in to help us do this needs assessment and evaluation of our program. And so we will be moving forward with that so that we can get some ideas from them on ways they believe our program could be improved and better impact those students that we are addressing in those programs.
Do we know the timeline for that?
Yeah, so they will start on March 9th and will have the executive report to us by May 29th at the latest.
I just want to thank y'all for looking into this. I think whichever way this moves us, it'll propel, I think, the district in a very positive way, and it'll have a big impact on all students. I know I shared this concern with you just about like the timeline and me being a little nervous that it might be, if whichever way they recommend, that might be a quick turnaround, but you said that since it'll be training pre-K, kinder, and first, possibly it would be okay for us to possibly implement next year.
They believe that would be possible, yes. We will be talking later on another agenda item. I do think some other recommendations we're going to have is with our numbers increasing, adding a self-contained second and third grade teacher instead of a pullout. Those would be things that we may be asking you to approve sooner, because if we're going to add teaching positions, we need to start interviewing and doing that sooner rather than later. So that will be the piece that may come up before we get the full evaluation back, that we will need to get those positions hired if we wish to do so.
I'd also like to point out that on the recommendations that are provided, there's prioritized short-term recommendations, which are 0 to 6 months, as well as long-term system recommendations of 1 to 3 years. So I want to make sure that we're doing a full needs assessment to make sure that we have a good understanding of where we are, and then make strategic improvements to move forward.
I love this. I see the 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th bullet point also. Can I say this out loud? I'm sure.
Yeah.
The leadership presentation of findings. So I'm sure you guys will this cover also? I don't see it on there. I could have missed it. Would it also cover if possibly they recommend adding additional support staff, like possibly, would that, I'm sure would be
they
a
will
part of the
definitely look at the
assessment.
full staffing model of how we're staffing everything and make recommendations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, we'll move on to enrollment update.
So just looking at enrollment from last month to this month, 64 students up from month to month. So we're finally seeing our first kind of slowdown in that from one month to the next. Still seeing that we enrolled 68 new elementary students in the last month. Comparing that year to year, up 1381, so still hovering pretty close to that 1,400 number that we've been running all year long as an increase from year to year. That's, yeah, February 23rd today. Those numbers are pulled today. So we're at 11,645 students as of this morning. And then just showing that compared to our projection, still running about 360 kids above our projection. And so no issue with any of the funding services from there because we are above projections.
Oh.
Any questions?
Can we start to get this in our board packet?
He pulls it today off.
Try to pull it the day of. I mean, I could pull it last week if you want it that way, but
Well, I mean, you send us something today. Can we start to add that?
sure, if that's what you want. I mean,
I like the current, but
No, I like the current. Like even if it's like day of, it's already something that we're gonna go through. Could we start to add this in? Because I'm always going through myself, like trying to write down and
just send it to us.
do a comparison.
yeah.
Just send us the enrollment update. How about he just sends it afterwards? Okay.
Sure.
There you go. What would he present?
But I'm saying email it.
Like the day of? Okay. Okay.
So that I have it.
Sounds good.
So we're emailing it the day of? Is that what we're doing?
Because that's when he's pulling it to get
Right,
the most current,
pulling it,
up to
so-
date.
So that way he has clear, he has clear instruction on what he's doing.
Yes.
He's emailing it the day of.
Day of.
Okay.
Just so that we're able to see it real time and the most current when he's pulling it. That way, if I do have questions as I'm going through it, I can be prepared to ask that.
10-4.
Sounds good. Move on to security update.
That's in your package for review. If you have any questions, we'll try to answer those.
Any questions, concerns?
I know I emailed you a couple recommendations for that. Is that something that will have to be, like, I guess, I don't know if anyone else did, but to start implementing some of those suggestions of things that we would like to see as a board? Would that be something that's going to be done later on, or what's the timeline on that, or not?
Well, I think that we need to have that discussion in here if we're going to be adding. I know I expressed my concerns last time about how much more time do you want to put on our assistant principals and principals who pull that report, and how much detail do you want there versus when I send that out with the packet. If you have a concern, you're welcome to call me and I'll check those down for you. But if the board as a whole wants something else there, y'all just need to tell me what you want that to look like, and we will do our best to fulfill that.
Well, I'm just asking because I know at our last meeting, we were all instructed, all of us board members were told to email you what we wanted to see on there, and then we would go from there, so that's why I'm asking. But what I asked is if we could, if we would be able to see what grade level the students are in, not the actual students, but the grade level that the students are in for those different behavior items.
Similar to the report that we saw last time. That gave
Yes,
us,
yes, the one that we saw.
the trends.
There was, it was a more detailed one that you had, that you showed us a glimpse of at our last meeting that you get. And I was like, it had the students' grades on there.
It was an executive.
I'm blanking. I'm not sure what it is, but.
Well, I did have a similar
But-
question in regard to some of the discipline things that we had on there, to do more of a breakdown of that as well.
So you want the breakdown, not just of the campus, but the grade specific?
Yes.
We know, like, at PHS, there's 11th and 12th, right? Then at Lovelady, you've got 9th and 10th. But
Just
then
the
in
number.
elementary schools,
Just the number of students of, I mean, is that a hard ask? Is that too much? Is that something APs would have to have extra work to do? If it is, then,
He already had it. It's the one he showed us, right? I think
No.
No, the one that he showed us, I think, also had the demographic information on that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Because that was the question that I had.
And that's when we were able to see a trend and actually get.
Yeah, just,
some-
that's what. So for example, the reason why I'm asking for grade levels, so let me explain why I'm asking for grade levels, is because if I'll use PHS for example, and this is hypothetically speaking, this is not happening there or anything like that, but if we have a high rate of behavior incidents happening at the high school or whichever campus it is, it would be kind of nice to know, are we seeing that more so with a specific age of students within that grade level? Like, is it more 10th graders? Is it more, at Lovelady, is it more 9th graders that we're having issues with? Or is it 10th graders? Or is it a combination of both? I mean, I know for me, I would like to be able to see that, just to have a better idea.
Do I have an AP that pulls that report that can speak to, is that going to be a big ask to put grade levels next to that on the report? Somebody wants to,
We're talking about a few students.
Jennifer? Okay.
What about for the demographics of the students at those grade levels? Can you do that as well?
Okay.
Can you come to the mic? I'm sorry, because there are people online. Thank you. We appreciate you being helpful.
Well, I was trying to be helpful, but in terms of pulling it demographic-wise, I think that would be a bit more difficult because the system itself does not
You don't put
break
it into
down
the
like
system.
that,
Yeah.
an infinite campus and things of that nature, but there'd be a little bit more to that. I don't think it'd be extremely difficult, but at a campus that might be 1,100 or something like that, I could see that maybe needing more time to do so, but grade level wise, no.
No, this is just for the disciplinary.
For the
right,
security
right,
report?
For the
Yes.
security report. So if I'm looking at this accurately and looking at like the numbers that we have, it's relatively a smaller number. Like I wouldn't ask someone to go and like have to do this for every single student, but I mean, it's under 100.
Yeah. Again, it wouldn't be extremely difficult, but it would take us going into other systems to find that demographic information because it's just not broken down that way in the data in Infinite Campus.
Okay.
But grade level's quite easy.
So the two things that the ask is grade level and demographics.
And then I have one more.
Okay.
Can you separate out the suspension versus arrest?
They are by the slash.
Okay. got it.
Suspensions on front, arrest after the
Got it.
slash.
Good with it.
Hey, Mac, at our last executive session, you had a report that you gave us that had all this information we're asking for, but you don't recall it? Is that?
Yeah,
No.
I just asked Bianca to stop by afterwards and.
No,
and
he didn't give, sorry to interrupt, but he didn't give us a report. It was on, that he had on his
Yeah, he
computer.
showed
It was on his, it was a file that he had, that he, we went through and he showed us.
I was just hoping to give you some direction, maybe you'd find that, but if you don't know, then that's fine.
It wasn't a printout, no.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and look at that package, but I don't remember what report you're discussing, so I'll have to pull that.
Was it for security?
Well, because there was no security on that, so.
It was
No.
I know whenever we looked at it, we could see that the trend was freshmen. Like, it was something very specific, and as soon as we saw,
And
we're
we
like, boom, like, we were able to actually pull something, and we were able to talk about how we could better support,
Okay.
knowing that information.
Gotcha.
It's a spreadsheet. It's an Excel file. No, it wasn't that, no.
You got direction?
We were discussing something very specific about the security report,
All right.
And the trend, now I'll use Lovelady as the example, the trend at that we were discussing was among all of the freshmen at Lovelady.
All right, so we got direction for that, those 3 items. Anybody, anything else? Starla? Anything else? Move on to graduation. Oh, did I skip one? Okay.
Good evening, board. This is a fun topic, graduation. I'll say that, everybody smiles. So, Mr. McIntyre wanted me to come in front of you tonight and kind of give you an update on what we kind of landed. Last year, I came to you, we explored various options, outdoor venue, Frisco Star, staying where we're at, all those things. So we landed on a spot, and I know some of y'all have some graduates ready to go. So it's a special night. We want you involved. We are going to, here at the end, I'm going to share with you, we'll come back in May and kind of give you some details. But he wanted me to talk about where we landed on those options. As you know, 56 school days. Time is running out, so it's coming on fast. So we're getting ready for that, getting kids to the finish line. So it is exciting. It is fun to see at the senior high. We are going to be back at the Allen Event Center this year. They do a great job taking care of us. Far as what costs to our families, it's free. We spend about $20,000 for this venue. Yes, we did look at other things, and I'm going to explain that here in just a second. But it's inside. They treat us well. We have free parking, all the things. So really nothing's going to change this year, okay? We're going to run the process for tickets just the same as we have always done. We're going to give 8 to the family. After that, we'll have some left over, and first come, first serve. That is going to stay consistent this year. So why did we land back on Allen Event Center? Let me explain that to you. Getting there.
It won't click. There you go, sorry.
We were really big on looking into the Star at Frisco. It's a massive 12,000 seats, twice the capacity. There were some things that, you know, as we explored it, we got a date. We looked at the cost. The cost is upward of $150,000. It would be a lot of work. We'd have to bring in staging, audio, video, all those things, and we were prepared to do so. But we ran into a snag at the end. They were into giving out tickets as well, and their number was 10. They were dead set on every family gets 10. Well, looking at Allen Event Center and looking what we can do there, and looking at the Frisco Star, we thought, you know, cost effective and all those factors, it would be beneficial for us to stay at the Allen Event Center. And I think you would agree. Why do they give out 10 tickets? You know, they have to staff for these events. So if we have a large number show up, you know, their staffing has to, so they were dead set on 10 tickets, that's it, that's what you get. If they could have given out more, we'd have been more than happy to go to the Star. So we were prepared for that. So we did our research on that, and I think staying at Allen Event Center is going to be best this year. So, but here's the problem. As you can see, our numbers are getting larger and larger. We can't stay there forever. We are growing. We can sit here and limit tickets. If you just want to limit all families to a certain number, that number is going to come down from 8. As you can see, our graduating classes are getting big. So we are going to have to find another option and bring to you on that. But as far as this year, we're going to stay put. Everything's going to remain the same. But we have to get to work and find a place that's going to be cost effective and ticket-wise going to be best for our families. As I said earlier, in the May board meeting, Dr. Robinson, who is right back here, is going to be coming to you with a packet. It's going to have all that information like we've done. So Ms. Ledesma, I know you're new to kind of this process. We'll walk you through everything. We'll give you everything from parking pass to who's going to hand out what diploma cover at the time and all those good things, map, and so we'll take care of you through all that. So we will be coming back to you in May and kind of getting all things set. So, any questions?
Thank you for your work.
Yes, sir.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
First, let me say I'm not ready for graduation.
Yeah. No, you're not.
56 days. Wow, that hit me just now. So I'm sure I will be a blubbering mess when my baby walks across that stage. But if we are possibly going to look into some other venues for 27, would we not need to secure something now, since other school districts are probably already have those dates locked in
We
for
have time.
27?
We have a little bit of time, but yes, I need to get to work. We kind of got to work a year in advance on certain things, but there is, we have to look at what day we're wanting to graduate on, and sometimes that date's available, sometimes it's not. Graduation, if we were at the Frisco Star, probably would have been a week later, the actual ceremony. So there are certain factors and there are certain things that we need to look at, but yes, we need to, it's urgent. For sure.
Mr. Gordon, I'm gonna give you a hard time. 'Cause
Go
we
ahead.
discussed this last year. And I know we talked about moving it last year, and we decided against it for last year. And so you said, well, we're gonna look at it for 2026. So now we're staying for 2026, but we're still having the same dilemma. So I'm just gonna challenge you just a little bit more. If we can have another, I like the proposal of what you're looking at. I know we talked about having the outside. That's not optimal.
No.
You don't
No
want
outside.
fireworks? We could have
We've
fireworks.
already discussed this.
I know.
But I don't have the answer myself. If I did, I'd be like, just do this. But I would just challenge you a little bit to try and look at that now. I know you're saying we've got time, but we said the same thing last year, and we're in a new year doing the same. So, can you look at it?
Well, and I just want to speak on behalf, we have called every venue that's larger than the Allen Event Center around and have worked with every one of those, and none of them provide any larger number of tickets than what we talked about, and all of them had a much larger ticket price to go along with them. We are struggling, so if anybody knows of a larger venue space out there, we'd be glad to know. I mean, at some point, the Star may come back into the picture, because while we're still only going to get 10 kids per, they're going to give 10 tickets per kid no matter how big our class gets. So we will be able to do that. But you saw the difference in the cost there. We're six-fold cost.
Wherever we go, we just happen to get in at the Allen Event Center at a great time. We've been there for a long time, right? So we've got that pre-existing history. But at some point, we're gonna have to do something different, even if there is a larger cost associated with it.
I understand, and I'm telling you, the only place that is larger right now is the Star, and at 6 times the cost for 2 extra tickets per kid, there is no way I could come to this board and recommend that to spend the taxpayer dollars that way.
Makes total sense.
And we have talked to everyone, Garland, so if anybody knows of another venue that you think we've missed, please let us know. Everybody online, if you know someplace, email me.
Yeah, it's got to make sense. Two extra tickets doesn't
Yep.
make sense. But I'm surprised that they weren't willing to hire additional people for $150,000? Really?
We went back and forth with them for several months, back and forth emailing to try to get that number up, because we didn't understand. We thought capacity divided by number of kids, that's how many tickets we'd get, and we would start with a much larger number and work down. And that was not their plan, and that was not what they were willing to offer.
So is that the same limitations for all the other schools that do it there?
Correct.
Do they sell extra tickets? If you want to purchase, I mean, outside of the 10 tickets that they give a student, are people able to purchase?
So
They're dead set on 10. We went round and round with them. They are dead set on that.
What is do we know what the other schools do as far as graduation number, and they just limit it to 8 and just? Yeah, because other schools have to have a larger.
McKinney schools are still using Allen Event. They limit to 8. All 3 schools do. I know the Plano schools actually use the Star. They're set at 10.
Figuring in 2029, that may not be that big of an issue if we were having 2 high schools at that point.
Right.
Because that's going to break this number up, right?
And we tried this last year. We actually even talked with Plano about, because of their number of schools, could we partner with them and get on a day with them to try to defray some of the cost? And they were not willing to give up the extra time because they didn't want to have the problem with the parking of us leaving and them coming in and all of the issues that came along with that. So, I mean, we've put quite a bit of effort into trying to find the solution, and we just haven't found it yet.
The only other solution currently could be outdoor venue.
Outdoor venue, which is what you see at a lot of the larger schools. They're having an early morning Saturday graduation.
Which, if we're looking at a week's difference for graduation, a week would give us plenty of, now, I know we've got family and everybody coming in, so that may be hard to push that.
Don't worry,
date around.
Starla, we'll have a covered stage with AC.
What about the Dallas Cowboys Stadium?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If we're outside, we'll ask that if we can have a covered stage with AC. Just joking.
All right.
Just joking.
Any other question, concerns?
Thank you again, Mr. Boring.
All right, thank you, sir. Move on to drug testing.
I provided you with the results from the latest round of drug testing in your packet.
Mr. McIntyre, I asked you about a question on one of the test results there. Didn't hear back from you. I don't know if you want to address that in the open session, but just curious.
Yeah, so there's 2 kind of deals, and so I did get that answer, and I apologize for not getting back to you. That it was the sample was a diluted sample. There was no evidence of what happened, so it still counts as a positive because it's a diluted sample. Don't know what happened, whether they put water in it, whether they dipped it out of a toilet instead of taking their own sample. We don't know, but something was wrong, and it came back from the lab as a diluted sample. Am I using the correct term, Ms. Kane? So
my question to that was, is there a stiffer punishment for someone who's purposely modifying their sample?
no, sir, there's not. We have the.
How do we know that they purposefully
How do you dilute
modify their sample?
How do you dilute a sample without purposely?
I don't have that answer, but like, I don't.
But how
think
can
that's
you
a
prove
fair-
that they purposely
Yeah.
diluted it? I mean, you can't. Do we retest those students?
Correct, yes. Anybody that gets a positive of any type, whether that's from a refusal or anything, automatically has to be tested in the next cycle of testing. And they do move forward in the next step of the program, whether that's just counseling and notification of parents, or whether that is actual removal from a program for a period of time, depending on what step they're on in their package. And so the drug testing package I included for you, so you could go back and look at those rules if you wanted to, but that's also located online for anybody that wants to see that. And so, again, the primary focus is trying to provide counseling and help for any students that may be struggling with something. And so that's the number 1 focus. And then by steps 3 and 4, if they're not doing better, then there's actual consequences and removal from the program.
Any other questions, concerns? We'll move on to the consent agenda. If any member would like to pull in an item from the consent agenda, I would entertain that at this time.
I would like to note that we had some additional people on the new hire list, so please look at the piece of paper that's located at your desk. I did email that out to you earlier today, so you should already have it, but there is the updated copy.
Mr. McIntyre, going forward, you're going to add in what we discussed as well?
Ms. Sharp has asked, under the years' experience, she would like me to separate that out from years of experience in education and years of experience in the actual job that they're applying for. So I will fix that moving forward. Make a note of that, Jackie.
All right, if no items pulled, I'd entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously.
Before we move on, we would like to introduce a few people tonight. Mr. Gunnels?
So I'm going to start with, it is my privilege to introduce Dr. Siobhan Kaiser, our new athletic director for the district. Dr. Kaiser has 25 years of experience in education. She served in Fort Bend ISD, Katy ISD, and most recently in Denton ISD as their assistant athletic director, and we're thrilled to have her on the team. I'm also thrilled to introduce Mr. Michael Stevens. There he is. Mr. Stevens will be filling the role of Fine Arts Director for the district. He also has 25 years of experience in education. He's currently an assistant principal at Lovelady High School. He has been with the district for 5 years. He was a theater teacher. He came to us from Prosper High School, where he served in a similar role there for 8 years.
I think he's been here a little longer than 5, though, right? How many? 8 total? That's what I thought. Sorry. We got a typo. It's okay. Gunnels need to
Can
be
I borrow
holding
your
up farther.
glasses?
Yeah.
All right.
Good evening. I'd first like to recognize the new principal of Benchblock Middle School, Erica Haggard. So Erica Haggard has been serving as the principal of Clark Middle School. The campus earned an A rating, and she previously served as assistant principal. So we are excited to open a new building. With her absence, it's my honor to introduce Brittany Neal as the new principal of Clark Middle School. Ms. Neal brings 12 years of experience in education and most recently served as the LHS assistant principal. She's been honored as Teacher of the Year both in her previous district and here in Princeton. She earned her undergraduate degree from East Texas A&M University, her master's degree from Lamar University. Mrs. Neal is married to Isaac Neal, who's here this evening, and their son is a proud student at Smith Elementary. I think he's also here. Yeah. So we're confident that Ms. Neal will shine brightly as she leads the Clark community into this new chapter.
We got more. I first want to recognize our principal moving into our new elementary school, Carroll Elementary, Miss Lauren Ledford. Ms. Ledford's currently serving as our principal at Canup Early Childhood Center. She has 15 years experience in early childhood, and she's done an outstanding job for us on that campus, building really strong relationships, and we're excited to have her move into that elementary principal role. So,
Go ahead. Sorry.
We recognize Ms. Haggard and Ms. Ledford because we didn't recognize them last month, so we wanted to just give them a big shout out. So their official shout out. So next I would like to introduce Dr. Veronica Robinson. Stand up. Dr. Robinson is our current assistant principal at Princeton Senior High School. She has over 20 years experience in education and doctorate level expertise in school improvement and data-driven instruction. She's done an outstanding job with our students and families while here in Princeton, and we are excited for her to take over the leadership role at Smith Elementary. Next, I would like to reintroduce Ms. Jennifer Coburn. Miss Coburn is currently the assistant principal at Harper Elementary. She's in her 19th year with Princeton ISD. She started as a para here, went into a fantastic teacher, and is now currently an assistant principal. She has been an integral part of that successful A-rated campus and doing an amazing job, and we're excited to have her continue to support our youngest and earliest learners and take over the principal spot at Canup Early Childhood Center. And finally, I'd like to introduce to you Miss Monica Diaz. Monica is coming to us from Mesquite ISD. She has 16 years of experience in education and has held roles of a bilingual teacher, MTSS coordinator, and is currently serving as an assistant principal on a successful bilingual campus in Mesquite. She brings with her a wealth of experience, a heart for young learners, and a strong belief in the power of early childhood education. And we're excited to welcome her as the new principal of Perkins Early Childhood Center and look forward to her leadership, collaboration, and the care she's going to bring to our school community.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Okay. Move on to public hearing on the Texas Academic Performance Report, the TAPER report. Item number 8, we'll now conduct a public hearing over the 2024-2025 Texas Academic Performance Report. Mr. Gunnels will be giving a presentation, and there will be an opportunity for questions from the board or anyone present in the audience. All questions must be relevant to the information provided in the TAPER report. The time is now 7:42. Mr. Gunnels, if you would join us at the mic.
Good evening. So I want to start out with the overall accountability rating. As we already presented, when ratings were released, the district is rated a B, and we maintain our status as an accredited public school in the state of Texas. This is always one of my favorite screens. It's something that we maintain year on year, but I think it's really interesting when you look at the change in the district over time. To your point, Starley, you asked earlier about pulling numbers, and when we pulled numbers, when I pulled this number, when I was putting the presentation together on the 17th, that number was 11,621 students. So from the 17th to the 23rd, that's how many kiddos found their home in Princeton ISD. You've seen that growth starting in 2020. At 5,414 students with 361 teachers, to the year ending in 25 at Snapshot with 9,956 students and 623 teachers, essentially doubling in size, nearly doubling in size over that time span. I just think it's always interesting to me how much and how fast the district has grown, and you can kind of see that as it plays out. Another interesting thing to note in the 2024-2025 school year, our percentage of economically disadvantaged students has now surpassed the state, with Princeton ISD at 63.1% and the state at 60.4% economically disadvantaged. That's just something, as we continue to grow, that segment of the district's population continues to grow. And so when we start with the widest lens possible, we're looking at all grades, all subjects. So these are all of our STAR tests and EOCs from grades 3 through 11. And that comparison there at approaches, meets, and masters to the state, the region, and then us as a district. Obviously, we are the maroon bar in the chart, and we will continue to be so throughout the presentation. You can see at the approaches level on all subjects, we maintain equality with the state. We're 1 point below at meets, and then again, we are even at masters. When we look specifically at reading, again, you see that we are even with the state at the approaches level. We are a 2-point deficit at the meets level, and we are a 2-point deficit at the master's level, and that's for all of our tested grades 3 through 10 in reading. When we look at mathematics, we see that our performance continues to be pretty strong in this area. We outperform the state at all levels, approaches, meets, and masters. We look at our science performance. We are, again, very even with the state. We are 1 point below at approaches, 1 point above at meets, and then even at masters. Social studies, we've noticed a slight trend, a decline, and I'll speak about that a little bit later on, but we are 3 points below at approaches, we are 3 points below at meets, and we are 4 points below at masters. One thing that I do want to highlight, though, is another element that is presented in the taper, and that is our student growth. So this is a measure that the state projects how much growth a student is expected to make from one year to the next. And we see that we are in reading, we are even with the state with 67% of our students meeting that growth, but in math, we are 4 points above where the state is at 68% of our students meeting that expected growth. So both subjects, we are at 67%, with the state being at 65%. One thing that I really want to highlight is the graduation profile. Now you'll notice that this says the 23-24. The taper presents data for high school graduation rate and our college career and military readiness on a lag. I don't know why the state does that. I don't know, but they process their data, and so that is reported for a cohort behind. So for the class of 23-24, we had a graduation rate of 97.7%, and that's completing high school in the 4-year timeline, starting with the cohort that began in 2020 for that class. So we are 7 points above state average, above region average, and then inversely, as you would expect, our dropout rate is a third of what the state's dropout rate is, and the same pattern continues with the region. When we look at our percentage of students that are considered to be college, career, or military ready for the class of 23-24, that percentage was at 82.4% for the district as compared to 81.8% for the state. For our students meeting college readiness standards, we are at 79% as compared to 70% for the state. We do see a lag, and again, this is data that is presented on a lag, but we do see a lag with our career and military ready students at 27% versus the state's 38%, and 26.9% earning approved industry-based certifications versus the state's 34.9%. One area that I will highlight there, it has been a directive of the board that we ensure that the industry-based certifications that we do offer to our students are relevant industry-based certifications. So we're not offering certifications just to offer certifications. That's something that we prioritize through our CTE programming to ensure that the certifications that we offer as a district actually lead to jobs that are in demand, and I do think we are doing a good job of that. We have seen these figures increase. I'm very happy with the increases that we have seen on the data that we maintain internally over the last year. So another thing to look at and consider is for our seniors that are graduating, the percentage that are at or above criterion on the Texas Successive Initiative. So these are two different measures. There's the TSI and then there's SAT, ACT. These are both college entrance exams. In our district, we've chosen to prioritize offering the TSI because it is something that is accepted at all Texas public school or Texas public universities. It's also the assessment that our IHE partner, our institution of higher education, which is Collin College, that is their assessment that they use to gauge whether or not a student can be admitted into their institution. So that's the assessment that we prioritize in our district, and you see that we have 15.8% of students at or above criterion, which is above both the state and region level. We're also at or above criterion on our SAT and ACT, although I would like to make it clear that while we offer that to all students, we do not require all students to take that, so those numbers can be a little bit confusing. We do require all students to take the TSI in their 11th or 12th grade year, and so that is an accurate reflection of that class as compared to the figures for the state and the region on that. An update on the goals established under HB3. So these goals were adopted in 2023. They're a 5-year goal. We start with the literacy goal. That's the percent of third grade students that score meets or above grade level on STAR reading. The target that we set was to have students at 53% by 2027. We have seen performance actually outpace the goal for the last 2 years, with this current testing cycle bringing us to 49% in 2025. For our math goal, the percent of students that score meets grade level or above on their third grade math assessment, the target that we set was 49%. In 2024, we did see that figure dip to 37. We saw gains bringing that back up to 41%, and so we believe we still are on target to hit that goal in 2027, and I'll speak a little bit more about that in a couple of slides. Our CCMR board outcome goal, we set that to be the threshold at 90%, and where these goals came from are targets that are established by the federal and state government for closing the gaps. That's where all students are expected to be for reading and for math in 2027, but we are currently outpacing the 2027 goal for our percentage of students considered college, career, and military readiness, or ready. So we actually increased that goal to the threshold that will come in the next interim cycle. So we raised that to 90%. We have seen growth. We have seen a little bit of stagnation in that figure just because the state continues to revise the things that constitute college, career, and military ready. For example, up until recently, the only way to be considered military ready was to join the military, which is a relatively small number, even though we have students that complete all 4 years of our ROTC program and score exceptionally well on ASVAB. If those students decide to go to college before they enter the military, they were not considered by the state to be military ready. And then we've also had some further restrictions placed on our coherent sequence of career and technology courses where students are required to earn 4 or more credits across 3 or more classes. And when we have students transfer into us that are already in progress in high school, it can be very difficult at times to find a way to schedule students for that many classes, especially if they come to us later towards the end of their 10th or their 11th grade year. And so we have seen a little bit of a plateau. We are still increasing. I believe that we will continue to increase. I believe Mr. Hackman has done some very good work in working with students on those industry-based certifications that we're offering and bringing in new programs to try and match what students are requesting and interested in. And so I believe we will continue to see that grow, and I believe we will hit the target by 2027 there. Another required element of reporting is for our special education determination status. Sorry.
I was just gonna ask real quick if you could go back, I didn't wanna interrupt.
I can.
For the yearly target goals that we had for 2026, is that saying that we are at the 46%?
No.
mark?
Target goal.
That is where we anticipate being. That is our goal for 2026.
So that was our goal for 2024.
Correct.
And we didn't meet it. We went to 37 for math at least.
Right.
And then went to 41. Now our new goal is 46.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah. You know, if you already have STAR results for 2026, would you please share those with me?
What do you think happened in math in 24 and 25?
Well, I think in 2024, you know, we've continued to have some difficulties in that area. That's been an area that we have considered a curriculum adoption. We are getting ready to move forward with that with the acceptance of the LIFT grant, although I would like to clarify, the LIFT grant that we have applied for and been elected for is the planning year, which allows us a year to actually examine curriculum products and then bring a recommendation to the board. Overall, in third grade in that year, you know, I can't speak to any one factor. I think it's just a continued new assessment design, continued growth in the district. I think we saw a decline pretty much across the board in the 2024 year. I am happy with the fact that we did see gains this year in 2025 going into that. But again, I think there's not one specific factor that I can point to. I think it's when we are continuing to see the rate of growth and turnover and, you know, the addition of 70 to 80 teaching positions a year while opening new campuses. I think that's what generally tends to lead to those declines. So into the special education determination status. So we are rated as needs assistance. That's the second level. We can, and Ms. Fuller can provide some more information about that if you have a question. But this is it's an integrated determination level status. It's not specifically based on academics. It's pulled from a variety of sources that come from results-driven accountability, the federal reporting elements, data integrity, the areas that are impacting us there. One of the things that is considered, and probably the single largest factor that is currently affecting us, is the special education total disciplinary removals. We are also being affected by STAR performance grades 3 through 8 in math, science, and social studies. Something that we have done, I've worked with assistant principals to try and prioritize those disciplinary interventions that don't remove a student from instruction where that's appropriate. I think there are some things that it does not matter what happens. If a student engages in certain behavior, they are going to be removed from class. But where we can utilize alternative methods such as after-school detention, school-based community service, and those kinds of things, we are prioritizing doing that. We've also increased our behavior specialist staff. We do still have one open position if anybody listening would like to apply for that. But the board was kind enough to approve 2 positions there. We were able to fill one. Those are very difficult positions to staff, but we have placed those out on campus. They are working with both administrators and teachers specifically to try and help support those behavioral needs in class. And then obviously we're going to continue to utilize data to try and drive those targeted interventions to help get kids where they need to be. I would like to highlight areas of growth that have actually come off of this report, and that would be our special education early childhood program and our Algebra 1 EOC performance, which saw some pretty significant gains this year. And so when we talk about, and I mean, I know that y'all have all reviewed every last page of the taper, all 60 or so of them. There's a lot of data, and we've presented already at our, I believe, the August meeting over our individual grade level performances. But when we look at all of that data, really what I want to bring into discussion is what are our areas of focus? Where are those areas that as we see, we're prioritizing our efforts? And one of those, as you already pointed out, Cindy, is that elementary math. We have seen some declines there. We've seen growth this year, but not growth at the level that we need to be, to get our students where we want to be. And so, a few of the things that we've done to prioritize those, and we've spoken at length with the board about some of the improvements, the improvement plans that we submitted for y'all to review. But, one of the things that we did and that y'all were kind enough to give us was that elementary math coordinator. She has done a phenomenal job. She spent, and I'm going to talk about this on the second slide, but she's been with us for, I believe, 12 years now, 12 or 13 years, and worked primarily at the secondary level, but that's an area where we've seen performance continue to be significantly above both state and region average. And so when we had this position come open, that was the first person that we considered that's been with the district that long, that's shown success in that role, and to bring some of what she has learned and what she has seen in that secondary role in as the elementary math coordinator. Another area that we have kind of seen some declines in performance is that middle school social studies. That's always been an area of strength for us. That continues to be an area where performance is good, but it could be better. We've seen some declines at the approaches and meets, but really at the meets and masters level is where we've seen those declines, and that's been since the assessment redesign in 23 when we incorporated writing into social studies, and that, those critical thinking pieces, the ability not to just remember and apply, but also analyze and extend that knowledge. And so something that we've done with our instructional coach and with our curriculum committees is we've tried to prioritize opportunities to write in those daily lesson plans, opportunities to write by hand, Cindy. I know that's something that you have spoken of at length that my daughter is very unhappy about, but we sat and we worked. In fact, we sat and we worked last night on an essay, and she was writing it by hand. And that's something that, we've tried to prioritize that. We've tried to prioritize authentic opportunities for discussion because that is something that helps, and it especially helps our emergent bilingual students when they engage in classroom discussions, because the more we put that into practice, the more we put speaking into practice, the more they have an opportunity to practice the language. But that is the highest form of language acquisition, when you're able to speak, not just read and write. Another thing, and we've already kind of addressed that with, referencing the needs assessment that we'll be partnering with Region 10 on, but we have seen a dip in our bilingual student performance. And to be specific, that's with our students that are served in the bilingual program. We still see relatively consistent performance with our students who are emergent bilinguals with what the state results are, but specifically in that STAR grades 3 through 5, and more specifically in math this year, we saw a marked decline in our bilingual student performance. And so that's something that, we have been fortunate enough this year to have our bilingual instructional specialist position filled, and we have prioritized his time at our campuses where we have the highest population of bilingual students and the lowest performance. So he's spent a lot of time there working individually with teachers. Another area that we've seen impact us pretty significantly is that TELPAS growth in secondary levels. And I'm going to say an acronym, and hopefully you see every principal and assistant principal sitting in the back cringe, but it's SWIRL. Did they do it? So we have, we work as a team. But that's something that Dr. Grubbs and Ms. Nix and I have worked with Region 10, again, to bring in training to assist all of our instructional coaches, curriculum coordinators, our assistant principals, our principals, at really understanding what that TELPAS assessment is. Because what we're seeing in that disconnect there is we've got students that are scoring at meets grade level in their reading assessment, but they're not considered a proficient English speaker under the metrics that the TELPAS establishes. And I think what really hit home for me was after they went to the training, they came in and asked me a question, gave me a prompt, and in my response informed me that I also was not a proficient English speaker. I knew I was not a proficient listener, but I did not know that I was not a proficient speaker. And so I think a lot of that is, just ask my wife. A lot of that, though, is really understanding how our students are being expected to show how they have acquired English language proficiency. And so SWIRL, by the way, stands for speaking, writing, interacting, and listening. And those are the elements that are assessed in... I'm sorry, I'm not listening to you. Speaking, writing, interacting, reading, and listening. And so prioritizing those areas for all of our students across all content areas, because that's not specific, and that's another thing, getting all content areas to understand that we are building language no matter what we do, that we are building language in science, that we're building language in social studies, that we're building language in PE and in fine arts, getting kids the opportunity to speak in environments where they are comfortable to interact with other students. And so we have really prioritized that with all of our administrators and with all of our curriculum team to make sure that that's an area that we address this year as well. Another area that we have seen gaps is in our special education student performance. That's been something that, as we've looked over the last couple of years at how we're providing services in the district, we have made the decision to prioritize students being in inclusion environments, and the rationale behind that has been that our teachers in the classroom are content experts. And so having our students who at times are having the most difficulty learning due to learning disabilities, having them in that environment where they can receive that rich content instruction with support from paraprofessionals has been something that we've prioritized, because we do feel that that is what's in the best interest of those students, what's in the best interest of all students, and what's going to show gains. We did see a decline in our implementation year, but after a year of implementation at the elementary level, we have seen some pretty consistent growth in those numbers, and we feel that as we continue to strengthen that model, as we continue to provide more and better training for not only our teachers that have that model, or our teachers that are serving those students, but also our paraprofessional staff that are serving those students, that we will see those gains continue to go across the board there.
So this is the one I think I kind of stayed on for a little bit, just because I know it was brought to my attention by a couple of teachers that this is the part that they're struggling with, the inclusion model, and having so many students that they feel like the students that are more advanced and not having that learning disability or not in that need are at a disadvantage by that. Have you heard anything or experienced any of that to where they're not as stimulated or challenged? Because while those that are, kind of lower.
No, and I completely understand where you're coming from, and I think it always comes down to the specific classroom environment. I know I've had teachers reach out directly to me about concerns that they've had, and when a teacher reaches out to me, I go to their classroom. That's what I try to do. Now, I like to make sure that they've had that conversation with their principal and given them an opportunity to address. But if they have questions programmatically, I go and I have conversations. I've probably had conversations with some of the same teachers. And essentially what it comes down to, yes, we did have some areas where we identified some scheduling issues, where we had classes that were overloaded at the beginning of the year because, like I said, in an implementation year, we're always going to find areas where we can do better and we need to do better. That's another area of trying to make sure that we've got our paraprofessionals highly trained so that they are providing the support that students need so that the teacher is able to address the needs of all learners in the classroom. But it's really having that good working partnership between the teacher, between the paraprofessional, making sure that the paraprofessional is scheduled to be in the room at the right time, and making sure that the number of students in the room is such that the teacher is able to provide the level of support needed. So, no, I'm not going to stand here and tell you that we did an absolute perfect job in the rollout, but I am going to tell you that we are committed to continuing to improve how we're serving those students, because I do believe that the answer is having students in front of the strongest content experts that we have in the district.
Have we reviewed like the staffing model for our inclusion program? Like I know we use paras and I know we're working on training them up, but I know that I experienced several times, like sometimes paras get pulled to different tasks because they're needed somewhere else and it's hard to meet those inclusion minutes. Have we reviewed that model and seen if we can add maybe instead of paras, sped teachers to increase maybe the sped certified teachers versus a para?
And so there are ongoing efforts to review those. I believe that's something that Ms. Fuller has provided, just kind of some baseline models along those things. But there again, it ultimately comes down to, especially as we grow, and we're adding 77 new positions up to this point, but I promise you, he's about to come ask for more, and he's going to continue to ask for more. And so as a board, that's a decision that y'all have to make of prioritizing where those dollars go, because unlike the federal government, I can't print money. But that is an ongoing conversation, so I don't mean to make light or be dismissive, but that is an ongoing conversation that we're always trying to prioritize just how far can we take the funding that we have available, because when we talk in terms of dollars, really that's teaching positions in classrooms. And so taking that as far as it can go, yes.
Mr. Gunnels?
Oh, sorry. Go, you go first.
Just kind of along with Ms. Desma was talking about, when I look at the SPED configuration, I'm not an expert in that area, you guys are, but it seems like we've heard a bit from some teachers about trying to maybe revamp that model. Maybe it's a hybrid, and I've talked to Mr. McIntyre about this, and I know it's on the radar, but just from my perspective, I'd really like us to entertain what else we can do if it's a hybrid model of what we're currently doing, and just to explore some other options and have something in place for the next school year.
Well, and ultimately, it's making sure that we're making the right programming decisions, because kind of as you alluded to, there are legal requirements. And so one of the goals that y'all have established is to ensure that full continuum of services, and inclusion is an element of that full continuum of services that we are required to implement. It starts, in the general classroom with no modifications, to inclusion support, to resource, and then to self-contained programming. And so offering those elements, it's not optional, but making sure that we're making the right decisions in our ARD meetings about where students are going to be best served, and as I already addressed, making sure that we're making the right decisions about how to schedule, how to support, how to train, and understanding that as we implement and as we continue to implement, we do get better at those things. And so, again, prioritizing what's going to be best for kids is what continues to be the focus. And I do believe, and I understand, and I have heard complaints, but I've heard people that have also been very happy that that's the direction that we have prioritized our efforts. And so we've always got to balance those things and realize that, you know, we've got to hit where we believe we're doing what's right for kids.
Well, and I can appreciate that. What I'm concerned about is that are we impacting the gen ed students because of the count of sped students in a particular class that makes it so a teacher can't really teach?
Right, and that's-
they end up being a babysitting situation, which is not what we want.
And as I said, that's something that we've been very intentional in my team about making sure as we get ready to schedule for this year that we have better safeguards and better processes in place when we are drafting those schedules to ensure that we have a better balance.
Do we have a certain percentage that we allow in an inclusion classroom?
We have guidelines, but there's not a hard cap because it's going to be based more on intensity of service. You know, I could have kiddos that are in there because they receive speech or dyslexia, and, you know, but I could also have one friend in there that is, you know, struggling with some behavior issues. And, you know, I like the way Ms. Fuller puts it. Sometimes you have one kiddo that feels like 10, and sometimes you have 10 kiddos that feel like 1. And so we do have some general guidelines that we try to hold to, but we do not have any hard and fast caps, no.
So are we fluid enough to meet the needs as they arise?
I sure hope so.
Okay. I have another question. I'm very concerned about the middle school social studies grades. Is it too much to ask for the RLA teachers to teach social studies? Are they not prepared to do that? What do you think is the problem?
Well, as I already kind of pointed out, I think some of it is just writing about the content. That's part of it, that, you know, we're being expected to write essays over that specific content, and that's been an area where our kiddos have struggled. Now, can we try to work towards that cross-curricular reinforcement where we are reading about certain eras in reading and then reinforcing that in social studies? Yes, we can. And I don't mean to state that we are drastically below state levels. We are still performing positively, but what concerns me is the fact that we have decreased where that had previously been an area where we were significantly above state and region average, but that was an area where, to be honest, we had a better grasp on that assessment, and we had a curriculum that was very tailored to that assessment. And so when they changed the assessment, it brought in some new elements, and trying to adapt to that, you know, we've seen some lag, but a lot of it, I do believe, comes in that ability to respond in writing to the essay questions. And so that's where we're prioritizing, again, writing across the curriculum, writing in social studies lessons every day to try and address that.
I'd like us to really look at that and see what we can do to bring those scores up. Thank you.
I have 2 questions. The first one is there a reason we did not have access to this presentation ahead of time?
You had access to all of the data that the presentation is based on.
Right, the data, the taper reports. I'm talking about the one that's on that screen.
I have never included it in the packet. It's just a visual guide to the data
Gotcha.
that's in
It's
the
a lot
tape.
for me to digest right now in this very moment. So I think in the future, I definitely did look at the taper reports and made my notes, and then I love how you had it already done. So that would have been great to know.
And if you like, I can
Yeah.
next year, assuming y'all bring me back, give you this report with the packet.
That would be great, yeah. I do love diving into the numbers. My second question is you referenced the TELPAS, and help me understand that. So it seems that we got training, and then it came down to, we became aware that we were having trouble, I guess, like understanding how the students were being scored on the TELPAS rubric, or that's what you think that may have had an impact on the TELPAS growth?
I think it has. I really do think it has, because I think, you know, the deeper we've dived into that, making sure that teachers understand, that all content area teachers understand how students are being assessed, and how they can serve EB students in every classroom. Because like I said, when we see EB performance that is very similar to state performance across all of our content areas, but then I see that the TELPAS growth is not as close to what we're seeing for the state, that tells me that the disconnect there, I believe, is in not only the teachers, but also the students' understanding. And that was something that we also reinforced, is bringing students in for more and more intentional practice sessions to let them know exactly how they have to perform in order to be considered English proficient. And I mean, it's as simple as, like, they have to speak, and I know you know this, but they have to speak for 45 seconds. If you don't speak for 45 seconds, then you're not considered English proficient. If they ask you for at least a minimum of 2 examples and you only give 2, then you're not considered English proficient. And so helping students to understand that, helping teachers to understand that, I believe will help positively impact that growth.
No, we still do calibration, right? Teachers still get trained on TELPAS, they still calibrate, and then we still have our verifiers. So teachers do know, or in theory, do know how to.
Right, but you got to remember the separation between your K2, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's K1 where we do that holistically, but now in grades 2 through 12, it's all done online. And so our friend AI is doing a lot of that rating for us. Our friend AI is also doing a lot of the rating on the speaking portion, which is where our kids struggle probably the most, and because they're expected to go sit in front of a computer and speak into a microphone, and a lot of kids are just embarrassed to do that.
Right. And are they having practice sessions? Yes. I'm sure that they are, right, before they do the TELPAS still.
Right before, a few months before.
Right.
Ongoing.
All the time.
Yes.
And then you're saying that, or I'm understanding that the TELPAS rating, they may be, let's say, scored intermediate, but you're saying that they're actually scoring higher in other data points, so there's...
And it's not every student, but it's a significant enough number that we're seeing that are scoring meets or above in assessments, but they're still intermediate or advanced on TELPAS, and we need to get them to advanced high as a composite.
And academics and language proficiency are very different, so I definitely do see why they are scoring differently. They're testing for 2 very different things.
Right. It really bothers me that kids get penalized for being embarrassed to talk out loud, but that's neither here nor there. So I want to move into some areas of celebration, some things that I'm very happy to see with the investment that we've made in our early literacy and phonics specifically. We are seeing that steady growth across elementary reading. We did have a decline in 5th grade this year, but in all other areas at elementary, we did see growth. Our secondary math continues to strongly outperform the state and region, and like I said, we've tried to bring some of what we feel is a major contributor to that success down to the elementary level as we get ready to consider a new curriculum adoption. She has been spending the majority of her time looking at our Tier 2, which is our intervention curriculum, making sure that we have that ready to go for teachers. We saw significant growth in Algebra 1 this year, very, very fantastic increases there. And I'd like to celebrate again that we've got that graduation rate above state and region average, the dropout rate significantly below state and region. And another thing that I would like to highlight is for the first time since 2021, our teacher turnover rate is below the state average. And I'm very proud of that. That's something that we've heard from the board, that we've tried to be very intentional about. The board has done a fantastic job with the compensation packages that you've put out. And while it's not nearly as wide of a gulf as I would like it to be at 18.8 to 18.4%, the fact that we have been able to get that turnover rate below state average, that's something that I am very proud of, and I think it shows intentional work on behalf of our administrators and on the board to try and make this a place that people want to come and call home. And then my big area of celebration. So, our teacher incentive allotment. At the end of the 2024, or at the beginning of the 24-25 school year, we had 26 recognized, 90 exemplary, and 29 master teachers in the district for a total of 23% of our staff being designated. Last year's cohort, just last year's cohort, we will be adding 15 recognized, 77 exemplary, and 52 master for 144 new or higher teachers. At the end of the 2024-2025 school year, we had 29 recognized, 142 exemplary, and 81 master designated teachers for a total of 41% of our teaching staff designated through the teacher incentive allotment. That will generate $1,480,000 going directly to our teaching staff this May. I'm proud of that. And I also want to highlight, well, obviously I want to highlight the work that our teachers have done, but I also want to take a moment to brag on the work that our principals and assistant principals have done. There's a lot that goes into this, a lot that goes into making sure that our evaluations are aligned. This has to pass a very rigorous data validation protocol, and I'm always extremely nervous until I get those results back because they compare us across multiple points. We continue to show very strong alignment between our ratings across campuses. They do those walkthroughs. They hold very hard and fast to the rubric. They work with teachers to try and help them get to where they want to be, which is obviously earning one of these designations. But then they also do a lot of work just compiling data, pulling that out of our assessment systems, making sure that we're keeping valid and reliable data so that we can have a system that continues to generate designations. And so, although they're not getting any of the money from it, they definitely deserve some of the credit for it. Any further questions?
Pretty impressive growth. I'd love to see that almost double and almost half our staff. That's exciting. And to be able to share that, I don't know what the dollar amount is per teacher, but it adds up and makes our school even more attractive. And am I understanding this right? All those numbers are growing from one year to the next, or because that designation carries for how
It's a
many years?
5-year designation. So once you earn it, you then get that designation for the next 5 years. It's added to your teaching certificate. So anywhere you go in the state, it follows you, but obviously nobody wants to leave. They stay here.
Very good. We love it.
I do think it's awesome too. These are great numbers. I know when I was teaching here, I gave my administrators a hard time and trying to prove myself. There's 3 of them right here sitting back there. Like, no, here's my artifacts, or but teachers do work really hard and they already work so hard. So this is great that this is even an option for our staff.
Right.
I love this.
And the funding levels are based on the level of economically disadvantaged students at a campus. So it is another thing that we use. I know when I'm at job fairs now, I use this all the time because we do have some teachers that are master designated that are getting an $18,000 check every May for 5 years. That's life-changing money. And I'm very proud that we've been able to bring this to our teachers.
Amazing. Any other questions from anybody? All right, we will close the public meeting at 8:23. Can we take a break? If you'll allow us, we're going to take a short break.
anything earlier.
We're back. We're going to move on to item number 17. Consideration, possible action, adopt a resolution adopting policy requiring every campus to provide a period of prayer and reading of the Bible or other religious text pursuant to section 25.0823 Education Code.
So I shared some information with you. You know, this is coming out of Senate Bill 11 and talking about the requirements there. I also shared with you the letter from our attorney with kind of analysis of this. Just in basic terms, the bill really does not apply for a whole lot of extra abilities or things or rights or privileges, but does put in a lot of administrative burden to track and get consent for those things. And so for that reason, since there are no actual extra rights or privileges associated with it, our recommendation is for the board not to adopt a resolution and to continue operating the same way we have been up to this point.
Just throwing my 3 cents here. After doing the research on this, I can't understand why this bill was even passed. It actually restricts the rights of people to do what they already have the right to do, and puts a burden on us to manage stuff that we have no business managing. I am in agreement with Mr. McIntyre that just can't understand why this bill was even passed. It doesn't make sense to me. It seems like it would restrict our students' ability to do what they have rights to do as citizens, and so that's my thought on it.
I agree. I think it was adding more bureaucracy and parameters, and I don't know why they wrote it either.
Okay, do we have, just a quick, do we have anybody in support of this that's looking? If not, then I'll entertain a motion.
You're telling me I prepared all this, ready to argue with all y'all for no reason?
Nah,
Highlighted and I was ready.
All right.
Let's do this.
Entertain a motion?
I make it. May I?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I make a motion to, is it opt out of, not accept Senate Bill 11?
Well, you're going to make a motion to not adopt a resolution
Okay.
requiring.
Requiring, okay. I'm making motion to not adopt a resolution requiring, this is my first time, okay?
Yeah,
making a
just,
motion.
but, yeah, just requiring every campus to provide a period of prayer and reading of the Bible or religious text.
Under Senate Bill 11, okay.
I second that motion.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
I'll second it.
I got one motion from Ms. Ledesma, second from Mrs. Darling. All those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Motion passes unanimously. All right. We will We will move on to item number 9, 2026-2027 district calendar.
Sorry, give me just a second. I was informed that some people's isn't pulling up, so I was going to pull up a copy for everybody to see. I'm trying to. So as usual, we have met with the district site-based committee and gone through the process of adopting a new calendar. That calendar was included in your packet. And so before you is the modifications to the 26-27 calendar. The big changes from what was approved last year that have been, some changes have made, is that we've added an additional 2 staff development / work days to the beginning of the calendar. And so that put 2 extra days of training and time for teachers to work into August, which did allow us to move off of that. August 10th was the date that we were going to start school. Now students return on the 12th because we have 2 more days there. The ramifications of that is we did have to find 2 days that we originally were planning to be off school and not have days that now we had to bring students in. And so the 2 days that went away was, there was a date in October and then a day in February that coincided with the President's Day. And so those were the 2 days we're off. And so this was the consensus of the committee. It was not unanimous, but it was the consensus of the committee to approve this calendar. So we ask the board to approve it for next school year.
I'll make a motion to approve the calendar as presented for calendar year 26-27.
Got a motion from Dwayne.
I'll second.
Second from Ms. Darling. Any discussions?
I just have a question about the, if we're going to look into a different venue for graduation, would that change our date?
That is possible, yes. And also, you know, the calendar doesn't also show the half-day for homecoming. Those things, if decided, may move. So we've got our desired date for graduation on there, but depending on what happens, that could move. And we would bring that back and make the adjustment when we know.
Would we still have that day as our last day of school?
More than likely, yes.
Okay.
Okay, all those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. We will move on to item number 10, 2027-2028 district calendar.
So as often we do, we try to approve 2 years out so that we have a basic framework moving forward. And so you'll notice this calendar is very closely related to the one you just looked at. And so I'm trying to pull it up for you, but it just takes a moment, I'm sorry. And so there you go. But very similar calendar. Again, you'll see starting back with the extra 2 days, so it pushes that to that Wednesday start date, and then pushes down through and still finishes up, you know, in May, a full week before Memorial Day. So the calendar is very similar in nature.
I'm going to guess there's the same question. It does, if we go to another venue, it's going to change possibly, so all that's
Yes.
still up in the air a little bit.
Correct.
Then I'll make a motion to accept the calendar as presented for school year, calendar year 27-28.
Got a motion for Mr. Dwayne. Do I got a second?
I'll second.
I'll second from Ms. Washington. All those in favor, raise your hand. Cindy, you're good with it?
You were good.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I was reading.
Motion passes unanimously. Item number 11, approve board goals for 2026-2027.
So I did my best to interpret the discussion we had at the last meeting, and I wrote those up. I know those have been sent out twice. We made some adjustments, so you have a red line copy there for your approval.
Okay, Dwayne, you good with it? Okay. Anybody, any questions, concerns? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept the district goals as presented.
Got a motion by Ms. Sharp,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Washington. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. All right, we'll take a break. Ms. Sharp is feeling under the weather. She's going to be leaving us. We hope you get better, ma'am. We will go ahead and move on to item number 12, SHAC report. Ms. Wendy.
Thank you. Sorry, you know how I love to do this. So, good evening, everybody. This is kind of a 2-in-1. Yearly I'm required to provide a written report of the SHAC activities. So that's this presentation, as well as bring any recommendations that the SHAC may have. So just formally present. Good evening, members of the board. On behalf of the School Health Advisory Council, SHAC, I'm here to present their recommendation to move our Tier 1 Character Education and Wellness Program from Character Strong to the Change Makers curriculum, beginning in the upcoming 26-27 academic year. So for those of us, just to recap, what's a SHAC? It is required by state law for every school district to have one. It's a district-created advisory group, and it consists of members of different areas of the community and school district. It includes parents, counselors, nurses, nutrition personnel, and community members that work together as a group. The purpose of the SHAC is to ensure the district's school health programs reflect local community values. And since 2001, those duties have really been expanded into include recommending curriculum for health, counseling, education, appropriate for specific grade levels. So the SHAC's evaluation of curriculum focused on 3 primary drivers, really: the local needs of campuses, developmental appropriateness for students, and then family home engagement. So this is just our process. The PISD counselors at the elementary level, we always start looking over what state requirements there are. We always start that process in November of the year. And counselors began discussing the possible change to their curriculum in order to meet the needs of students. Conversations centered around moving away from our current Character Strong to a curriculum that supported needed skills for students. So after taking a month-long research process, elementary counselors were able to narrow down their choice to Change Makers, and then that choice was presented to the SHAC for additional review and recommendation. And the law requires that we hold 2 public meetings of the SHAC, which all SHAC meetings are public, so we were in line there, and those were held on 2/3 and 2/10. So why the move, or why the suggested move? Character Strong has definitely served a purpose. It's been implemented for 5 years, but the SHAC and district elementary counselors are now finding that it is heavily reliant on a digital click and play model, and sometimes that feels disconnected from the hands-on relational model that we really strive and prioritize in elementary classrooms. In contrast, the Changemakers curriculum, which is developed by the Momentous Institute here in Dallas, it's built on a foundation of safe relationships, and it moves away from passive video consumption and toward active counselor and teacher-led skill building. And so there's just some more information on the big focus is on executive functioning skills, and in your packet I had included what those executive functioning skills, some of them might be, but they really are essential skills for both classroom and real world success. So specifically, Changemakers improves upon areas where we felt our current programming was thinning. And as we continue to grow and as we continue to get new students, right, we see a focus or a need for a focus on these executive functioning skills. So just some examples there for you. These are life skills such as working memory, cognitive flexibility, self-control, and we all know those are essential for academic achievement and task management. Behavior and emotional regulation, problem solving, perseverance, and social competence. So all of these are skills that we want students to have as we grow them as students and then as we prepare them for citizenship. The other information or the other important pieces of this curriculum are that it's neurobiologically informed. So it uses tools and lessons like the brain, or the brain poster. There's a specific lesson that's focused on the brain to teach students the functions of the amygdala and the prefrontal cortex, which gives them a literal manual for self-regulation when your brain is under stress, how that can help, and focus on different specific biology. It allows teachers and counselors, digital models can sometimes be rigid. This allows counselors to weave lessons into the existing school day, and so making those concepts stick rather than feeling like one more thing to do for teachers and counselors. And then it has a great transparency piece to allow parents to see exactly what's being taught, aligning with our goal to keep the family at the center of the students' social and character development. I want to also mention that it does serve as one of TEA's best practice resources for grief and trauma informed. And by law, all staff who deal regularly with students have to be trained in grief and trauma informed care practices. And this curriculum is a evidence-based best practice for the state. So we believe this shift will provide our students with more tangible tools for success. And our recommendation is that professional development happen in the summer of '26 for counselors, and then in August, deployment of grade level kits from K through 5. In September, we would begin sharing information during our parent open house nights and information nights. So may I help answer any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Kane. Any questions?
Hi, Ms. Kane.
Hi.
Got a few questions here.
Absolutely.
I did a little research on the Monumentus in Dallas company, and it kind of surprised me that their ideology is not what's helpful to kids, and that they support the gender ideology, and they're not bashful about it. I'm concerned about that being portrayed to our kids, lying to the kids, unhealthy information going to the kids. I understand we reviewed some of the lesson plans.
Yes.
And we're not seeing that in the lessons plans, but my concern is that if that's the basis of that company, that's where they're at. And I did the research on it. I looked and I found articles that they wrote and trainings they're doing with professionals. I just really am afraid of a company like that getting its foothold into our district. I don't think it's appropriate for us to support a company that believes in lying to kids, basically. You know, I don't believe there's more than two genders, and this company believes there is. I don't believe it's appropriate to teach kids to use any pronoun that they think is effective or represents where they're at. It's just not something that aligns with the values that I think we hold as a district. I did one thing here which kind of surprised me when I was doing a little bit of research. I looked at their stance on gender dysphoria, and they look at gender dysphoria as not as something that needs to be repaired or fixed. They looked at it as just a process for encouraging the kids to explore their gender in more affirmative and expansive ways. And that's right from their information that's available online. You know, there's more, and I don't want to go into all of it because I don't think we need to. I just am going to have a hard time supporting this company. I am told by some that there's not another company around that doesn't do information like this, and you know, for you to work with. And that might be true. However, I did a little bit of research. I didn't spend a lot of time on it. I found a couple of companies that were interesting, but we're going to take more research. There was a Positive Project and Respectful Ways. Those are just two. There was a whole list that I came up with. Now, I would still need to do further research on it, and I don't want to do your job. I'm figuring that you're going to do that and look at all the things that are necessary. And I hate to throw cold water on what you're presenting, but I can't support a company that thinks it's okay to lie to kids.
I understand.
So I heard some of those concerns, and I looked at the curriculum. I didn't see anything about that. And I went to their website. I don't know where, because that's a little alarming, but.
I'm happy to share it with you. It wasn't that hard to find it. It's not out in the open on their website. What you do is look at the articles that they write, and they're teaching information for the professionals. And you'll see that they've written information in regard to, you know, these beliefs. It didn't take me long. I just thought I'd search that company because I've never heard of them before. And that is a problem.
So the committee, the SHAC committee, how often do they meet?
The SHAC?
Yeah.
By law, we're required to meet 4 times a year. This time the SHAC met 5.
Okay.
On the years that we introduce or recommend something, we usually have more additional meetings, so.
Okay. And how do you find what curriculum you're wanting?
So with this process, right, elementary counselors, really, we did a search, you know, on what would be the recommendation to the SHAC, right? The elementary counselors being the ones that would teach this curriculum. And then we brought that recommendation to the SHAC, and then the SHAC looks at that particular
So
piece
as far as,
that is brought to them.
Yeah. So as far as picking a curriculum, you pick what you believe is best for our district that helps our district.
I mean, we do. We were specifically looking when elementary counselors and I first began this conversation, we were beginning to see a need in the area of those executive functioning skills. What's happening and it's not with all students, we have great kids, but there are some students that, for whatever reason, are having a real struggle with these executive functioning skills like patience, self-regulation, emotional regulation. And it seems that those big things are getting in the way of their academics. Counselors, principals, assistant principals, nurses are really trying to navigate, as well as teachers, right, on a daily basis, those executive things that are missing. And what we have now has been very useful because at the elementary level, Character Strong is a toolkit, so it's flexible and it allows counselors to pick and choose and pull things as the need is there. But it also kind of makes a implicit statement that everybody starts at the same level, and that's not what we're seeing anymore, right? We're seeing that some students that are coming our way have great deficits in those executive functioning skill areas. So that was our driver, right? Because this is tier 1, and I speak to Mr. Kelly's point, it has been a little bit of a conundrum to find quality curriculum at a tier 1 level, and I'm talking counselor speak now. So tier 1 is written for all students, and I think we sometimes come up against things that maybe don't align with the district at that tier 1 level, because those are written for all groups of students and all student populations. I did not, when I was doing my investigation piece, there was an equity piece. So when I spoke with the representative, the curriculum representative, I was like, I'm out, right? The equity piece is against the law now. And so they were able to provide some things that they're working on, that the equity lens would be taken out. So there were some concerns that I had originally. And, you know, they were showing examples of what other districts had done in regards to those questions. And so, yes, that's where.
Wendy, I just want to first thank you and the SHAC committee for all the hard work.
Of course.
I know it's not easy. I reviewed this much of the material and read it and found the lessons, the sample lessons that they gave us, to be interactive and hands-on. And they had a lot of science and vocabulary that I liked in it. A couple other things I liked is it's teacher-led instead of video, that it's tactile. I believe that students learn by hearing, seeing, and doing. And I also like, you didn't bring this up yet, but it's a lot less money. Those are the things I like. However, I also hear Mr. Kelly's concern that the company itself has questionable character and supports ideas and concepts and practices that actually hurt children. I find it ironic that we go to a company that has questionable character to get material to teach our students about character. I understand that the company we are currently using also has some of those same issues. To me, it would seem like our solution to having a great curriculum that fits our district is to write it ourselves. It does concern me that Momentous Institute would come in and do in-district training, because I don't believe in what they say, and I'm not sure, nobody would be able to monitor that sufficiently. I'm one of those people that can see both sides, and I see both sides right now, and I'm not sure what the answer is. But I did want to express my heart and my concerns, and also to say the good things about it. So that's where I'm sitting right now.
Understood. And I appreciate y'all's position, right?
Yep.
Yeah, ma'am, some of the things that you had mentioned that other districts had suggested and decided to change with, maybe perhaps you could bring some of those things to us next time.
So that's within change makers, how they adapted or took out that equity piece. So that would just be literally, these are hands, like books, and they just rip that stuff out of the book.
That was the only thing that was different?
That was really it, yes, sir.
So we've looked at the curriculum. We found things that we didn't agree with or didn't fall in line with the law, and pull that out. The curriculum is what the committee looked at and decided that it's right for our students, it's right for our staff. I get the concerns. I understand them. I think nowadays when we look at companies, it's easy to start. You see a lot of times where we just, I'm not gonna ever shop there anymore, and we can have those. I think there's a lot of work that went into this, and it's hard for me to not take what the hard work you've done, and you're the expert in here, like they've said, and I think when you bring something to us like that, I think it holds a lot of value. So.
I'm with Carlos on that. I do definitely see like the concern, because I don't want that in our schools. However, the product that we're buying does not have that. I also reviewed the lessons that we had access to, and I found nothing with that. And I'm sure it'll be reviewed, and if something was to be found, it should be pulled out, and we already have a process for that. We did with our library. So I agree. I think a committee and all the counselors have already grouped up together, put their minds together to find a good curriculum, and I think I'm gonna have to trust that. But I agree. It's a scary thing that they support that, but we're not buying a product that aligns with that. And you're concerned with the training also, there is a way to monitor that. There's administrators in those trainings also. So I'm sure if there's a red flag somewhere, it'll be addressed as soon as possible. But yeah, I'm there with you.
And I do really understand the ethical consumerism. I don't know what I was trying to say. And that is a big piece, right, to who we are as individuals, to who we are as a district. And I never want to bring anything to the district that's a liability. That's not where my heart is. I've been here 16 years. So I just, yeah.
And I do want to add also that he did also mention that TEA.
Yes.
It
is an evidence-based practice for them. Now, we all have different opinions of TEA.
Right.
So, but it is on their evidence-based best practice list for trauma-informed care. So.
I think the concern, if I could speak for Mr. Kelly, is that we not contribute to
Agreed, understood.
things that could hurt children. I think that's his concern, if I could speak to that.
Ms. Kane, thank you for all the hard work that you did, along with the SHAC committee, you know, going over all of this information. Just so that I once was a part of that SHAC committee many years ago, several times. But can you let everyone know who all is a part of that, and like who the committee consists of?
So definitely I have parents. I have one particular parent that's very proactive and attends frequently. There are others that, as their schedule allow, come and go. We have nurses, counselors. There are nutrition people from the nutrition department, because that's a piece of it that we do too. So, and then myself.
And then the other thing that, thank you for that.
Yep.
As far as the curriculum goes, I hear the concerns that you all have. I also wouldn't want anyone to, you know, teach children stuff that they shouldn't be learning. You know, that is why they have parents or guardians, for that matter. But I also trust that you and the committee and the other counselors that provided the information for this new curriculum, you know, did your research. And I'm not saying that you didn't, but I don't think that any one of you are in the business of, or the counselors are wanting to teach children things that could be inappropriate, or that is not within their scope, or, you know, something that is not ethically.
Right, counselors are definitely bound by a code of ethics, as are teachers. And I don't think that that's where the concern is. I think the concern is where the money is going. I think that's, if I can state that.
That would be fair to say. I think we as trustees, obviously, we're responsible for what curriculum gets in front of our kids and what's being used. And I wasn't looking for a problem. I just searched that name. I used AI. I said, what do they teach? What's their philosophy? And it was pretty amazing at what I came back in, all kinds of red flags. And I called Mr. McIntyre and said, Mac, do you know about this?
And that's my naivety, right, is that I didn't use AI. And just looking on their website, right, and deep diving into the curriculum itself, because that was my focus, so.
One of my concerns was when I was using AI, because I'm kind of new to it,
Right.
but was if I'm searching this, are they giving me replies back of people's comments, or is this really part of the company?
It could be comments.
So I challenged that, and I said, please show me please show me the support for the documentation you're giving me, or for the claims you're making. And it came back and linked me to a bunch of studies that are their inner workings and what they say and what they're teaching about. And so I tried to prove that out just to make sure that I wasn't getting false information. And when I saw that, it just reinforced it. And, I don't know if we can build our own curriculum. I think that that's probably the safest bet, but I realize that it's not easy. But, supporting a company that is contrary to, I feel, our constituents, our parents, our voters here, I think is a problem. And I don't want to be on the side of saying, yeah, I gave them money. And I don't know that it's cheaper. It was pretty expensive what I saw, but I'm not seeing an invoice on it.
I think where the cost ratio or benefit comes in is this is a one-time purchase, whereas Character Strong is a continual every year, yearly subscription.
And just to go down that road, I thought I saw something on their website that said $750 per class per
kit, yes. So about,
if you multiply, how many classes would we be buying that for?
well, we would just buy one grade level kit, right? So it wouldn't exist in every classroom. So K through, and I'm not the math person, K through 6, or K through 5 would be 6 kits. So let's say $800 a kit, right? Just round it up. So times 6, 4,800.
So it's about the same as the other program.
Correct.
But there's no yearly subscription to
Right,
repay.
yearly versus one time. So
Yep.
that was also a positive, right, for the shack and the counselors. But
Mr.
please
Kelly,
understand, I do understand.
I'd like to ask one clarifying question. Just to make sure we're on the record of what we're talking about here, did you see any items in the sample curriculum that had concerns of what you're talking about?
I said that. It's my alter ego.
I know, I was asking Mr. Kelly his opinion since, no.
That was sent to me over the weekend, I think, and I did not have a chance to go completely through it.
Understand.
But I did ask, Cindy said she had gone through it, and I believe that, she would have pulled out anything or alerted if any problems. So I anticipate that the curriculum we're currently looking at probably doesn't have anything that is going to send up red flags for us at this point without me reading it. I don't know.
Right.
But, I
And
think it kind of comes back to the company, their
yes,
values, their standards.
understood.
And Wendy, I have every trust in you that you would take care of it if it was in there.
So,
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to know that this is not about you or
No.
anything.
For my own mental health, I have taken myself out of this equation. I do
Yeah.
care.
It's just about the company's
Care
reputation,
deeply.
that's it.
And I totally understand.
Okay.
I
So-
totally understand.
I don't want anybody to misunderstand that.
No.
So I think I did ask, did you research now that knowing that we're looking at AI, did you research any other other companies that?
So I had a brief chance just to type in, right? What we use now and some other well-known curriculums just from around the surrounding area. And I got pretty much not to the level, and I haven't seen what Mr. Kelly found, but, the basic answer is coming back, yes, because they're all Tier 1 curriculum. They're all written for all groups of students, and I think that's been the hard piece. And I do. I wish it were in my bandwidth to write curriculum. I could, but it would take a while, and I don't know that I could crank it out fast enough.
Yeah, I think
at
there's
the quality level that is needed.
Yeah, I think there's a reason they charge $4,800 for all that, and I think it would be an unfair ask for us to, you guys are busy, and it would be an unfair ask for us to ask you to create curriculum. There's one that's recommended by TEA, that's recommended by the SAC, by our counselors. So if anybody else has any more questions, we'll entertain a motion.
Ma'am, let me ask you this question, please, ma'am.
Yes.
Based on the information that you've gathered here today, and if perhaps that those are the view of the company through whatever channels that they do it, would you still recommend this material?
I'm torn.
Just your own personal view.
I'm torn. I really am torn. I'm just going to be really transparent. I prayed about this all weekend. Lots of tears. Sorry, not going to get emotional. I am really torn. And that's as transparent as I can be right now.
Would you still recommend the curriculum? Just
Yes, based on what
just
I have
curriculum.
just seen from the curriculum side. But I do really understand the ethical consumerism piece and the concern and hesitation.
Do you think possibly we could look any further using AI? That's what I did, and I found that there were listing some other ones.
Julian, I need you
I
to
don't know
get
if they're
off-
any good or not, but
I need you to get off AI because you don't want to know where their money goes. You're not going to like it either.
I don't 100% rely on AI.
neither do I. I'm just
So
saying
let's
it was-
not base our decisions 100% on AI and what the results of AI have come up with.
Okay, let's, so do we have a motion? Can we?
And please know, I'm not trying to cause dissent in any form or fashion. Please know that's not my heart. And, counselors are wonderful, and we will abide by whatever direction we're given by the board, right? We are definitely rule followers, so.
Wendy, I thank you for your effort, and this is not in any way directed at you.
Oh, I totally get that.
And it was
Really,
just
really.
more, we've got to talk through it.
Yep, absolutely. I wouldn't have it any other way. Sorry for being emotional.
Ma'am, I'd like to commend you also, in the research you're doing. I know you can't search everything in the world, but, a lot of times when companies outside of our normal dealings, they got their standards and they got their beliefs. So that doesn't fall on you. So I want you to know that from me.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
As far as the board's concerned, I'd like to get some more information. That's where I stand.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion. We do need one.
I make a motion to request that Ms. Kane look into something else, or just to give us another option, just for us to be able to compare.
I'll second that motion.
I third that motion.
Okay.
Could I ask a question, just to clarify? Are we looking at a month from now? Are we looking at keeping what we have in place for next school year and giving?
What is the timeline you need, Ms. Kane?
I really want to do this well, and so I am asking if we could keep Character Strong then for the 26-27 school year. I know that's an ask, but we have already vetted, and it's worked for the last 5 years. So, and then give the elementary counselors and myself some additional time to look at Mr. Kelly's AI list and research some other alternatives and bring that back to the board if that's appropriate.
I got a quick question. What would the price be for renewal of that subscription? And what would that be?
For Character Strong,
yeah.
it's about the same cost, if my memory serves correct.
So here's something to think about the board here. When you're talking about some of your concerns, I think they're both the same for both companies. The only advantage, if we decided to stay with, once we choose the new one, was it Change Makers
is what was on the table.
we would, if we decide to stay with them, we would not have a subscription later. But if we decide to do the current one and then decide to change to say, to whatever, we're still paying a new subscription. So something to keep in mind, it may be beneficial because you're going to have the same concerns for both companies, paying the same amount to one of those companies. It might be smarter to just go ahead and change it and then still decide to look for other options. And then if we decide to change, then we'll be in the same boat that you know what I mean?
I didn't see it that way, so I will take my motion back.
Hold on, so we got a motion. We got a second. We still got to.
Agree with that too, because this committee has already spent all of this
Yeah.
time to look for something better. So the point is that we have found something better. So we have the same concern with Character Strong versus Change Makers, except Change Makers is more interactive, like you said, Cindy. It's better for the kids. Then why are we going to go with the one that, I think it's a disservice to our students, really, if we're, due to what both companies stand for, yet we have this great product that will absolutely have none of that stuff in it, but then it will have a positive impact on our students that need it today or the next academic year. Why are we, I just don't agree. I don't understand based off of the fear. This committee has already done the vetting, they've already done the research, so now we're going to postpone for a whole other year. Does that make sense?
I didn't realize we would have had to postpone this for another year, so I wouldn't want us to do that.
Just to,
Go ahead, sorry.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Just to do due diligence and, what's coming on my plate in the next couple of months and over the summer. So just to have quality enough time.
And you said that these meetings were public also, right?
The shack?
The shack.
Yes, ma'am, and recorded.
So that, I think that's also part of my concern is this committee already did all the homework for us, and it would have been great, I think, to bring this concern before the committee had invested all of these hours in it, especially considering that it was a public meeting. So we did have access to this, at least the direction it was going, correct?
First I heard about it was on the board agenda, so I don't think that would be a fair statement to know that this was being brought to us until it was brought to us. So,
Agreed, but there's.
Do you think it's a fair statement, though, to say that we are postponing giving our students something better? I think that's a fair statement because they're both the same issue, but one is way better.
I disagree with that. They were both the exact same issue. I saw way more red flags with the company that we're proposing than the one we're with. And I ran the same questions, exact same questions, when I was searching and trying to find information. I did see that there was a little bit of issue with the diversity, I think it was, on the other company, but it didn't talk about the gender dysphoria.
I'm talking about the curriculum, though. You're talking about what the company stands for. I'm asking about the curriculum that we're providing to the students.
I think we got to focus sometimes to we do what's best for the students, and I think.
Exactly, and I agree that we have a responsibility to do what's best for the students, and whether that's supporting a company that's flat out lying to kids and hurting kids, I don't believe that any of you want to do that.
But they're not doing that within the curriculum that Ms. Kane has presented to us.
But as a company, that's their
Right.
basis. So, I mean, we can have a vote and see
Yeah.
where it lands. I think I would rather you look for some other choices and see what we come out with. But if
Wanna
you
make a
don't have
motion to
time,
amend?
then communicate that with us.
I just want to say that Mr. McIntyre and I did have to go over character strong and take things out as well. It really is a situation where both companies aren't the best. And I'm not convinced that one company is worse than the other because I haven't had that much exposure to it. I do think that the material that I looked at in Changemakers is better than Character Strong because of the things that you mentioned. It's teacher-led, tactile, it's less money and so forth. So it's really a struggle for me, but I think if we have to pick between two bad choices as far as companies go, and then we have to look at both of the materials and make sure that we're getting what we want, and taking out the things that we don't want, then I can see where that would fall. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
I withdraw my motion. I withdraw it because I did not realize that it would prolong things, and
it
that's
needs a
not,
little
that was
bit
not
more.
my intention.
No, I understand.
All right.
But I'm happy to do whatever the board decides.
I'll make a motion to approve the SHAC report, the report as requested, with the idea that we look for something that's maybe better and meets those concerns of some of the board members. So make a motion to approve to go to Changemakers.
I can see your
can I-
face.
Okay, go ahead.
I would hate to adopt something and bring it into the district and have it located on campuses and just maybe use it for a year and then move to another thing. Some of these curriculums, to get really at expert level in teaching them, it takes more than 1 year, just like with anything. I would rather have something in the hands of counselors that would be longer term.
So what would you, with the ideas that would?
So you either want to move to this one and give it a real trial to see if it's right and go on down the road, or you want to stay where we're at because we don't want to take something and do it temporarily and then have to turn around and retrain again the next year.
Yes, sir.
So if the belief of the board is that we need to continue to look, then go ahead and turn this down, stay with what we're currently on, and
I think that for money-wise, time-wise, would be a consideration, yes. Just so that we're not constantly putting something in, taking something out. That's never best practice in my teaching career and my counseling career. You
So-
really need time to sit with.
so our recommendation is either put it in and give it a fair chance to see if it works.
Yes.
Or don't.
Yes,
We don't want a temporary solution.
I think that's where we're landing. Yes.
Could I ask a question? Could you
Sure.
ever see us, as a district, we write curriculum and other things. Could you ever see us writing the curriculum for ourselves for this?
My concern is, yes, I could do it. I have a master's in
Wendy, no, you can't. You do not have enough time in your schedule or
I'm
capacity
not
to
talking
do
about
that.
tomorrow. I'm talking ever. Could you ever see us writing
My
our own
concern
curriculum?
is that I have right now, this is just for elementary, and so there's currently 8 elementary counselors, soon to be 9, right? But some of those counselors are brand new, just learning their craft of being a counselor. To put them in a position where you're writing curriculum, that's a challenge. And I don't want to overwhelm anyone. When you're writing curriculum as a teacher, you have lots more teachers to pick in your pool than I do in the counseling pool, if that makes sense. Not that I don't say it can't be done, but I think we would have to grow quite a bit more before we had the numbers
Thanks.
to do
I
it
just
well.
wanted to explore all angles.
Yes, absolutely.
See what our choices were.
Yes, absolutely.
With that said, I'll make a motion to approve as presented. To approve the, change makers.
Change makers.
To approve the curriculum.
I second that.
Got a motion, second. All those in favor, raise your hand. Yeah.
No, we have to vote right now, let's go.
All those against? Motion passes 3-2, right? All right, thank you, Ms. Kane.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moving on to item number 13, approval of library material acquisitions.
So you had that list in your packet. Those have also been posted for the public to review. We believe this will be our last version of this for this year. I think there's only 6 titles left on this list, so we would recommend approval as presented.
I make a motion to approve the library materials acquisitions as presented.
Got a motion, Ms. Washington?
I second.
Second from Cindy. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. Move on to item number 14, furniture for Carroll Elementary.
All right. Back on the mic talking about numbers for you guys. In your packet, you've got Carroll Elementary. In the 3 bids that were submitted, one of the vendors chose not to bid. I did a side-by-side comparison of the 2 lowest bidders, and just so that way we could kind of look through those 2 options with my recommendation going to McKinney Office Supply. I did reach out to both vendors, being able to bid alternate items, making sure that it's kind of hard in the furniture world. If I ask one vendor to bid a specific desk, then that next vendor cannot, they can bid it, but they're not going to give them a lower number. So you have to really make sure that you're looking at different desks sometimes. It's unfortunate the way that world goes and being able to vet those out, but being able to give them those options to do some alternate similar style desk furniture and things, so that way I can keep them competitive with each other.
Okay. Any questions or concerns?
I just love the side-by-side too. Makes it so easy to.
And then I did the total up at the top, so you don't have to flip to the total at the bottom, because that's the way my brain works. I want to see it first, like, what's my total? Do you want me to talk about funds, Mac? The funds that we talked about. Previously, we had also discussed one of the possibilities is using, instead of bond money here for furniture, but using some of our fast growth allotment money that we had had left over that we moved over to 688. So that would be, if that's something that the board would like to do, would be a budget amendment at the next meeting for Ms. Powell to prepare.
So just to clarify, what we mean by that is we have typically bought all furniture for brand new campuses out of bond money. With us having the healthy fund balance that we have and the healthy local construction capital outlay that we did, we would like to propose this year to purchase all of those funds, or all of those out of our 199 and not out of bond funds, and save that bonding capacity for later.
Sounds like a good idea. Make a motion to approve as presented, then move forward with McKinney Office Supply.
Got a motion by Mr. Kelly.
I'll second it.
Second, Mr. Campbell. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously.
Bunchbach Middle School is very similar to Carroll, doing the exact same exercise with them and looking through that. And so my recommendation would also be McKinney Office Supply.
I realize that I should have included that you're going to move the funds in that, or is that okay?
No, we didn't need that because we didn't recommend, you're approving the amounts and we will take care of the location. We just needed direction.
I recommend to move forward with the McKinney Office Supply on Boschbach.
Got a motion for Mr. Kelly? Second for Ms. Ledesma. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, we'll move on to item number 6, providing locations for outdoor sirens for the city of Princeton.
So the city reached out to us and we've had some conversation with the new stuff coming down. They are revamping their outdoor warning sirens for the city of Princeton. And so as they worked with the company deciding where those sirens need to go to have the best coverage, they are requesting that we actually provide space for those on some of our campuses. So they would like to put one on Low, Green, PHS, and Harper school sites. We think that's valuable to us, that we make sure we've got sirens close to the school. The locations they're proposing are not going to be intrusive to what we're currently doing. They'll be outside the fences, kind of in the backs of the properties. And so I think this is a great way for us to partner with them to provide a space that isn't going to impact anything. I think the contract actually calls for an 8x8 space is what it needs on the ground, but essentially it's a pole going up with a siren on the top. He told me they really only need about 4x4. The extra space is just so they can make sure they have plenty of room to get in there to work on one if they need to. I know, Dwayne, you reached out to me and asked me about the possibility of actually putting some of sirens on some of our campuses farther south. I had the conversation with them. He said that could be done and it could be tied into the system. However, we would be responsible for the cost of the siren that we would want to put down there on the farther campuses if we wanted to do that, because the city would not have the funds to do those. So if that was something we was interested in doing, he was going to get me pricing. He was not able to get that by today, but he said he would get that back to me, and so I can email that information out on what that would cost if we wanted to put one, say like on the Matei campus that would handle all Matei, James, and Perkins, and then maybe one down on Mayfield that would handle Mayfield and Tally. So we could do that, but it would be at a cost to the district.
Did he say that maybe in the future the city might look into doing something like that?
He did not envision that would be a thing they could do since it's not in city limits.
Oh, okay. I didn't.
I'm glad you checked on that for me. I think having those sirens on our campuses in our whole district makes sense to me, and I don't know what the cost is, but I'm sure it's not a big number. I'm curious at how they maintain it, though. Is that something that they will take care of? I don't know. Is that a conversation?
I think that'll be in the conversation when he comes back to me with numbers.
Very good. I'm liking that idea. Hopefully we can make something work.
Yep.
So my recommendation is for the board to give me authority to enter into the MOU agreement with the city to provide those sirens at those locations.
I make a motion to give Mr. McIntyre the authority to sign the agreement and provide locations for the sirens.
Got a motion, Ms. Darling?
I'll second. John, you can take it.
Seconded by Mr. Campbell. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes. I'm going to guess since you made the motion, you were for it. We'll move on to item number 18.
Due to some questions that have come up with this item, I would request that we move to executive session to talk about personnel, as it's going to deal with some specific individuals in those discussions. So, and I would also like to request to release staff when we do so.
Yeah, I think we can release staff. Unless anybody's got questions for staff.
Question, Mr. McIntyre. You had asked us about handling staff differently. Did that not happen yet, or?
That was a great question. We are going to address that, but not till after we get through teacher recommendations, because we need that, so the change would happen after that meeting.
Okay.
And just for those of you wondering,
Are they aware of it?
they are not.
Oh, okay.
That was not a subject we had discussed yet.
Oh.
I didn't say anything, really.
Okay.
Just make them wonder.
Look at their faces. I love it.
So you need a motion to go into executive session?
I do need alternative motion.
I'll make that motion to enter executive session pursuant to the code you're going to read.
It's going to be this one, but we don't have this.
I'll second.
Don't have that.
I don't have it. Do you have a copy of those? Oh, wait, what was it on last month? Hold on, I got you. Yeah, that's what I was saying, I can get it from last month, hold on.
We're going to move over to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code 551.074, discussion personnel, and 551.072, discussing purchase, exchange, or lease of value of real property. We'll move to executive session at 9:37.
Who seconded the motion? I did. Thank you.
And for the staff, thank you guys for being here. Appreciate you. Test. All right. Consider and take actions on matters addressed in executive session. Entertain a motion.
I can make a motion that we give Mr. McIntyre permission to fill positions or post positions as discussed.
I second.
Okay, I got a motion by Mr. Kelly, second by Ms. Darling. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, motion passes unanimously. Do we need anything on the other?
Yeah, I would like just permission to proceed
As directed, as discussed.
on the land.
Make a motion to, for McIntyre to he has permission to proceed as directed on land that we discussed in executive session.
Got a motion from Ms. Kelly, second from Mr. Campbell. All those in favor, raise your hand. Motion passes unanimously. With no further actions, we will be adjourned. Just before 11.